Hello everyone, and welcome to the Minecraft Robotics Competition event. Thank you for joining us here today. My name is Nick, and I'm joined here with Brennan, and soon to be joined with Tyler. We're going to be streaming the Minecraft Robotics Competition event for you today. The Minecraft Robotics Competition event is FRC Infinite Recharge, created and redesigned and adapted for Minecraft. As you can see, we have fully functional endgame and power cell scoring in the inner and outer goals. It's really exciting to do this today. We had a few technical difficulties to start off, but I'm going to send it over to Brennan to continue the introductions.
Yeah, so welcome, guys. I hope you guys are all excited as we are, because, this is a new thing for us with the Minecraft competitions, and it's going to be really exciting for us to see how you guys all perform, because there's a bunch of different strategies that we're going to see play out, different classes of robot styles that you can choose that have different advantages and disadvantages, and we're going to go through two full events, essentially, where we have two different divisions, and they'll make their alliance selections, and then eventually they will meet in the grand finals to see who the eventual winner is. So it's going to be a very exciting day.
Definitely very exciting, and we're going to be starting the first qualification matches very soon.
Exactly. So our two divisions for today are Tesla and Turing. So we have 30 players in each division, so for a total of 60 players competing here today. And we're going to be checking in with a bunch of them, seeing how they're doing, and see how the day progresses as we go through our qualification matches.
Okay, so for those that are joining us, that are not familiar with the process, there is a practice pit server for each division. We do have two divisions going on right now. The practice pits server is going to have constant practice unofficial matches going on. That is what we're watching on right now. Then there's going to be Tesla and Turing matches. We're going to go tune in to the official matches for Tesla and Turing right now. Let's go over to the Turing division first. Let's take a look at the match schedule for Turing qualifications.
Oh. All right, so we do have 40 qualification matches, looks like, for each of the different divisions, which you can see on the screen. This is the Turing, and looks like we have Speedster, Juan, Jack, and versus Crash, Decaf Psycho, and Tasmania. Nick will get us over to the server as soon as we can. In the meantime, we also have our special guest joining us. Well, not really special guest. He's head honcho over here at First Updates Now. Tyler, welcome.
Hey, Brennan. Thank you so much. Excited to check out such a cool thing. I'm not somebody who is an avid Minecraft player by any means, but wow, what an incredible experience this will be, and what a cool way to be able to celebrate Infinite Recharge, especially as we come up to kickoff.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a casual Minecraft player as well, so I'm really excited to see what people who are, well versed in this game and the mechanics, how they can use it to play FRC, which is really, something we haven't seen before.
Yeah, and plus it's a water game, right?
Exactly.
Brennan, I'm really interested in hearing about I think first match is starting here, but talking about the classes as well too in this.
Yeah, so as I'm aware, there are 4 different classes. One of them is the bow class, which is allows you to pick up more power cells to a total of 5. and then have like kind of an average shot range and speed. There's a snowball class where you can only pick up 3 power cells, but you have like rapid fire shooting. There's a crossbow class where it's really slow shooting, but you can shoot from a very far range and more accurately. And then the last class is an instant climb class, so you just like basically instantly climb instead of having to ascend the whole vine system, as we'll see in the end of this match.
So it does look like Red Alliance taking a early lead here, not by too much though. They had a good auto coming in, and be interesting to see how the different tactics play. Do you think you're going to see something different here from the normal XRC and SRC competitions?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit different because the classes are a little bit more defined in this, and people also haven't been playing this nearly as much as like a standard XRC simulator that we've been having competitions with. So I think the meta is definitely going to develop very rapidly here today with all the players kind of trying this out for some people for the first time, but some people are a little bit more veteran in this regard. So yeah, it looks like we're just entering our final 60 seconds of the match. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance very close, but Red Alliance with about a 10-point lead. It'll be interesting to see what the baseline score is, because I'm not 100% sure what a good score is for a 3v3 matchup in this MRC arena.
So something to ask as we get into the end game here is we talked about the instant climb class. How long does it take for non-instant climb classes to get up, and is it more difficult to do so?
Yeah, it's definitely more challenging. I think they kind of average like 5 to 10 seconds per climb, and you basically have to climb the vines and then ring the bell at the top of the vines. So we'll see some of the players start to do that now as we see Red Alliance starting to ascend. Blue Alliance trying to do the same thing as well. They're going to ring that bell and earn those points. Drop down after is perfectly fine. As we have 3 seconds left, and it looks like it is going to be the Red Alliance with the win, 101 to 80, I believe. Oh, sorry, score actually, 368 to 262. I was reading the completely wrong number. But yeah,
that's a little bit more expected score, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a very strong score for match number 1, and looks like we're queuing into match number 2 here.
Yep.
Yeah, I expect that. Well,
4 ranking points for the Red Alliance and no ranking points for the Blue Alliance that first match as well.
Ooh.
So thanks, Nick, for pointing that out, definitely.
So are the ranking points the same as a regular FRC, or what are the thresholds, just so we can keep our viewers knowing what these are aiming for?
I'm going to hop over to the Tesla division just so we can see if there's a match in progress over there as well. It does not look like there's a match in progress here. They must have finished match 1 as well. But the thresholds are slightly different. It's still 65 points in endgame to get the endgame ranking point, but the big differences here is that there is no such thing as balance, so that getting the balance points are impossible. Therefore, you have to get all 3 robots hanging in order to get that ranking point. And the second thing is that there is no functional control panel in MRC, so therefore it's just a specific number of power cells that you have to get to in order to get the power cell ranking point. And that number of power cells, I believe, is 90.
Okay, wow. So definitely stepping it up from regular FRC with the extra climbs required and extra power cells in the high goal required as well. So definitely lots of pressure on our competitors early on.
Yeah, as taken point in chat, if you're tuning in, let us know where you're watching from. Love to see who's all tuning in to this cool stream. Let us know where you're from, and if you're on any sort of first team, let us know as well too. We'd love to give you some shout outs in chat.
Exactly. So so the highest score we've seen so far, of course, we're only 1 match in, is 368, looks like. I'm going to take a quick look at the results of the Tesla one. Looks like in Tesla, Creepster, that software dude, and Alvin won with a score of 272. So it looks like the Turing field putting up the highest score so far.
Mm-hmm.
and we'll see if anybody can top that.
And we'll have an opportunity to watch matches from both divisions here. I think a good thing, right, Brendan? We had a lot of players sign up, so we split into 2 different divisions, and we want to get as many matches played at any given time as well. So if we just stop for each one, it's obviously going to make the event much longer. So when we get closer to the playoffs, that sort of thing, we'll get a little bit more of a granular look, especially what's going on.
Exactly. So both of our fields are going to be running full tilt, getting through as many matches as we can so that everybody gets a chance to play and have some fun tonight. And then we'll try and make sure that we get to as many people as we can and have them up on the big screen.
I'll just give a couple of shout outs to people in chat. Nagito coming in from North Carolina, Spaceman Nick from FIM. Nagito also in there on the Boneyard Robotics team. Jake Bop 181 saying is alumni of 181 Birds of Prey. AS IIF from alumni from 67. So yeah, good to see everybody and welcome into this. Lots of cool stuff. There is a link that will pop up occasionally if you want to see the qualification match schedule. If you're a spectator, you can also hit !MRC, which will also give you that schedule in chat, in the Twitch chat, in order to do that. And don't forget, if you're interested in playing this and other XRC events, make sure you join the XRC Discord. Once again, that link will pop up on occasion, as well as you hit !MRC. We'll get you in there. We'd love to see this community base continue to grow and get even more people involved in what an awesome competition this is.
Definitely. We're really excited with the influx of new players that are checking out our competitions, and, especially for the MRC being the first time that we're running an event like this, it's really exciting for us for sure.
And something to note, first time does mean sometimes we get first time issues as well too, so we appreciate your patience as we go through this. This is a new thing, right? And a big shout out to Brendan. You can probably give some big shots to people who really put a lot of time into this, I'm guessing.
Yeah, especially Nick. Well, he's here, but he was the main developer for all that you see. So all the different the back-end servers for the Minecraft and designing the game, making sure that the code in the back end works. And we have some great volunteers queuing you guys and making sure that the field is running great. That's we have Andrew from 2137 and Colin from 4935 as well. So we have some great volunteers behind the scenes, and if you see them doing a great job, make sure you let them know that you appreciate them, because it's definitely a lot of work to put on these kind of events.
Yeah, and for anybody who hasn't been in like a key volunteer role, either in this or in real life first events, it can be something that's very grueling, sometimes not as appreciated as it should be. So make sure you give them a big shout out and thanks. And we always encourage you, if you have an opportunity, it's always fun to be a player, but we'd love to see you step up on occasion and do some volunteering in that aspect, regardless if it's in person or for something like this. It's a very humbling experience, Brendan, as I'm sure you know, to kind of transfer from being on a team to actually getting behind the scenes and seeing, what goes on and what's hidden sometimes from the audience view when those fire alarms go off.
Yeah, absolutely. Those definitely happen, and you really appreciate it when an event just runs super smoothly and you don't even notice any of the hiccups. So
that's right, teams. Make sure you're on time and in the right spot, because that really makes a big difference.
Exactly.
From queuing, I always tell people at events that I do that queuers are some of the most important people in an event, because that's where the bottleneck is. If teams aren't on time, teams aren't in the right spot, teams aren't ready, everything backs up for stuff. So big shout outs to our queuers today.
All right, Nick, I'm not sure if you are around, but do you know if we are able to hop into a match?
Yes, we are on Turing. Someone is not readying up, but okay, now it looks like we're going to be able to start a match on Turing right now. Tesla, we did miss match number 2, but we should be able to head over to Turing right now. This is match number 2 on Turing Field.
So, like I said, starting out in Autonomous here, we have on the Red Alliance Dynamax 0112, God Prime, and C-Struck 24. Over on Blue, Mr. G-Force, Nerdabega, and Battle 1380, Brennan.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting. We just see the Autonomous period come to a close. Red Alliance with a fairly strong lead here, 74 to 43. We're going to see if the Blue Alliance is going to be able to come back. Mr. G-Force on the Blue Alliance is well-known in the community for playing a lot of our events, and so is on the Red Alliance C-Struck 24. So, battle of the veterans with a bunch of new players that are looking to make a name for themselves.
So how does the power cells work in this? It looks like they're coins that are essentially, when they are returned back in the field, they just kind of get randomly dropped, and then there's some you see floating in the water as well.
So the
Yes.
power cells are actually skinned to look like power cells. As
Oh,
you
all
kind of
right.
maybe zoomed in, they are. They actually have the first logo on it, I think, and they're yellow balls essentially. There are some that drop, I believe, Nick, and then there's also some in the feeder stations. They're actually feeder stations where you can see players retrieve them and basically pick them up.
Yep, that was correct. So, depending on what class, there's the snowball class, which uses snowballs, and then all the other classes will use arrows. They'll all look like power cells, no matter what class you have. And after scoring them in your power port, they'll go to the opponent alliance's loading bay, just like they would in Infinite Recharge. The loading bay can only hold up to 15 power cells, so if it overflows, then they'll spawn at a random spot on the field as an item that you can pick up. And that's the same thing that happens if you miss. If you miss the power cell shot, it'll also spawn at a random point on the field. We chose to make it so that it went in a random spot rather than where it was missed. That way, you can't abuse the system to feed people, or there were a couple easy ways to abuse it. So that's why we limited it in that way.
So for this end game here, do you only have to hit the button and then you can drop back down, or do you have to be up there at the end?
As long as
you just have to touch the bell.
Yeah. As soon as you ring the bell, then you get the points for the climb.
Got it. Well, there you have it. 4 RPs for the Red Alliance with a win, 343 to 204. Red Alliance takes it once again with 4 RPs, 0 RPs.
Yeah, definitely RPs are going to start mattering as we get through our qualification matches, making sure that you're maximizing those to increase your seed for the Alliance selections later on today. Notably, 343, not quite as much as the 368 we saw for match 1, so that's high score still stands, but definitely a very strong score here, once again, from the Touring Division.
And here's Tesla. Looks like match number 3 just wrapping up as well, too. Right now, Blue Alliance looking with a commanding lead with 5 seconds left.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle maybe for them to get the climbs off as Odd Flex, but okay, and Psych get up there. Looks like there were 2 climbs, so maybe a insta-climb from...
I believe that one of them had insta-climb is what it looked like. So they were able to climb at the last second.
Exactly what Tyler said. The third robot unable to make it up in time, and they're only going to get the 2 RPs from that. So we're seeing the scores being reported by our wonderful volunteers. 185 to 297, 292.
Something I do want to mention, there's a new cool feature on Twitch that I know our channel just got approved for, called predictions, or as I call it, gambling. And for when the grand finals come, by the way, if you stick around for that, the fun bucks that generate just from you watching that you get for free, you'll actually be able to bet those on which alliance is going to be able to win as we get into the grand finals and a little bit later on. Maybe for some of the elims, we'll test it out as well too. But kind of a new feature I'm looking forward to, where I think Twitch has now authorized FRC betting for us.
Absolutely amazing. That will be a ton of fun for sure. So yeah, it looks like we're cruising along here with the different matches. We're on match number 4 for the Tesla division, and then Touring is just getting match number 3 set up. Not sure which one will be available first, Nick.
We're just answering some questions right now, and is what I'm doing is there are a couple people that are saying that they didn't get to play in a match because it started without them, but we're just trying to see whether it was their fault or whether it wasn't their fault. So that's what's going on behind the scenes, just for everyone's information.
Okay, yeah. The debugging live, as sometimes these things happen with new events and new code and new stuff that we're trying out here. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a look at the rankings. Looks like a lot of the winners have been able to get the 4 ranking points on the Turing field. Meanwhile, on Tesla, nobody's actually managed to get any bonus ranking points yet. So,
wow.
Vast differences here between Tesla and Turing. Early on, of course, not everybody's played yet, but Tesla looking to find their groove with those extra ranking points that are critical.
Brennan, any favorites for you as we come into these matches here? I know you said there's some veterans who have played a lot of the XRC events, and a few had a chance to play MRCs. Or any key players we should be looking out for?
Yeah, one that I'm aware of is Waxton over on the Tesla field. He's the current world record holder for MRC of like 270 points or something, maybe 260 by himself.
Oh, wow.
So he's going to definitely be a contender here. He hasn't had his first match yet, but when that does happen, he's definitely going to be one to look out for. I know that software dude over in Tesla as well is high up on the leaderboard. I think he's top 4. Over on Turing, we also have some pretty strong contenders. Where's Super MC 123 is also a pretty strong contender. I think he's been on the top 4, top 5 a few times as well. So he hasn't had his first match yet. But there's going to be some big hitters in both of the divisions that are definitely going to be favorites. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are newer that are going to definitely showcase their skill as, it's shooting arrows essentially in Minecraft, and I'm sure a lot of people are used to doing that, but, translating their skills from regular Minecraft to MRC.
So is there a difference between the arrows and the snowballs and like how the velocity works or anything like that?
I don't believe so. I think it's just, the regular mechanics of regular Minecraft. So if, people are throwing snowballs or launching arrows in the regular Minecraft, it's the same kind of lineup / aiming mechanics kind of stuff that they might be used to.
So how about for somebody who hasn't played Minecraft before, though? Is an arrow versus a snowball, are the mechanics of that actually different?
Yes. So my understanding is that the snowball, you can't shoot as far, but you can shoot much faster. So that's the main difference. And then there's 2 different types of arrow shooting things. There's just the regular bow and arrow, which is kind of like a mid-range, which you can see, I believe, the Blue Alliance member there on the bottom right, bottom middle using. And then there's also a crossbow, which is like super long range, but much slower.
Sure. And this is now match number 4 in Tesla. So you're red, you have North Jelly, along with Lucky's Label and Lip. And they're playing against Banana Bubbly. This blue's a little bit hard to read here. Banana Bubbly, Waxon, who you're talking about before, and 2_R.
Yeah, we see Waxon using with the crossbow, making full court shots into the high goal, trying to maximize the score. So he's not even going to move. Yeah, that is the crossbow. He's reloading it, shooting at full field distance, trying to get as many points. But right now he's at deficit. Red Alliance is ahead. So maybe an upset even in early matches here.
This is very 2013 reminiscent to me.
Actually, yeah. It actually does look like it's a 2v3 as well. I just noticed. Blue Alliance down a member, it appears.
So if Blue Alliance is down a member, they can't get the climb RP at all, or is it based on how many people are actually playing?
Yeah, I believe that they can't get the climb RP, so definitely an uphill battle for the Blue Alliance here, being down a member.
Tegan's got a great question in chat, by the way. It says, what happens if somebody falls out of their boat during a match?
That's a Nick question. I don't know exactly.
So programmatically, the server prevents players from leaving their boats. So if they try to crouch to get out of their boat, it'll just prevent them from leaving the boat. Sometimes the client thinks that it's outside of the boat, when the server actually thinks that it's inside of the boat. So in that case, it sometimes makes you stuck out of the boat. But in the rules manual, it explains how to fix that. You press you press shift a couple extra times, and then your clients sync back up, and you show up as in the boat again.
Yeah, so it looks like climbs are happening now with 6 seconds left. Waxon's going to rush over, try and get up in time. 2 seconds, 1 second, but looks like he might be a little bit too late. And Red Alliance is going to take this one 384 to 305, but, fairly respectable from the Blue Alliance despite being down one member. But Waxon unable to kind of carry his alliance to victory there.
Yeah, Blue's able to get 1 RP out of that match, so at least not coming away empty-handed. Red taking 4 RP in that match as well.
Yeah, definitely. Even if you are getting that loss, it's important to try and maximize your RPs as much as you can. And yeah, wow. Tesla setting up a very high score here, 384. Would have been our highest score, but meanwhile, in the downtime, we've hit a 489 over in Turing versus a 408. So 2 very high scores. Yeah. So 489 is the new high score to beat, and that was set by Codster, Cheesy PB, and Space Turtle. So maybe those 3 players will be ones to look out for, as they definitely set one of the high scores so far of the day.
And just looking at here to give everybody a little bit of future look, it looks like we're going to be playing approximately 40 qualification matches. And then, of course, going into the eliminations for each division, and then our grand finals. Just want to make sure, are the grand finals, is that only going to be the top 2 teams from each division? Is that correct? Or top 2 alliances?
Yep, that's correct. So those 2 winning division alliances that have come out on top, 3 players from each division will be facing off against the winner of the other division, just like regular Einstein finals.
Yeah. We're moving in here into match number 5 in Tesla. Tesla seems to be going on a roll now. So match number 5, let's just introduce these players real quick. We have Bob Z Battle Droid, Hoodie K13, Aerobat 15 in red versus QP Blake, B-Wash, and Bricklord 04 in blue.
Yeah, definitely. All these players are going to be their first time out, so we're going to have to see what they can do. Looks like a lot of people aiming for the arrow or bow class. I haven't seen a whole lot of snowball class, notably, but I do.
Yeah, I think I've only seen one so far.
So definitely seems to be the favorite right now is the bow class or the instant climb class that we saw one player using.
So what is the instant climb? What do they get for shooting then? Are they still some sort of arrow, or is it nothing?
So I believe they're a bow and arrow, but they only have the 3 power cell limit,
Sure.
as opposed to the 5 of the bow class. But in turn, of course, they get to instantly climb. Which can definitely
that seems like from a strategy, kind of almost your defensive bot kind of would take that instant climb class, right?
Yeah, I've heard some talk about potentially like trying to slow down your opponents to prevent them from climbing, and then instant climbing at the end, just so that you get that extra bonus. So we see all these players starting to climb now. Looks like we have one more blue and one more red robot to try and get back up there. But with 2 seconds left, I do not think it's going to happen. It's going to be 35 to 65 endgame, but Blue Alliance takes this one narrowly. Climb making a difference here, 279 and 259.
Logan Page in chat saying that the instant climbers get 4 power cells.
Ah, there you go. So only losing 1 power cell in terms of capacity.
I mean, that seems like a pretty fair trade-off to me to get an instant climb out of that.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see what people end up choosing in terms of classes.
Are you only allowed to have 1 class per alliance?
No, so each player can choose their own class,
Sure.
So we could see different combinations. We see a snowball player here on the Blue Alliance that just launched as we have 11 seconds left, but they're going to try and get their climbs off with only a few seconds left. But it looks like Blue Alliance, very commanding lead here, 332 to 148 before endgame. And it's definitely going to be a Blue Alliance win there.
Still, though, I'm a little surprised to see if Blue has that much of a lead to only get two of the players in endgame climbing. I'm not sure if there's a tactical error there. I'm not getting all three up.
Yeah, it definitely can be challenging, especially when you're starting off. You get very much in the zone of shooting as much as possible, and you just don't leave enough time for climbing.
Get very much so in the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Jumping over to Tesla.
I was going to say, if anybody's in chat, by the way, let us know if you're a player, what strategies you look at in this MRC, maybe how it differs from XRC or FRC as well.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be interested to see. We see another full court shooter here, actually, for the Blue Alliance. You see the guy using the crossbow, because that's the only arrow or bow that can actually do that full court shooting.
Yeah, it's Nitsua Gamer, who's also playing with Oddflex but okay in blue, as well as Father 8. In red, you have Alan Malou, the Big Baconator, and Zacatarian over in red.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Blue Alliance start to get a bit of a lead. It looks like it might be another 2v3 here. Red Alliance playing down a player, unfortunately. Means that they're going to have a lot of work cut out for them, but they're going to try and get as many, try and get that power cell ranking point by scoring enough power cells. I believe it's 90, Nick said. So they're going to be looking to aiming for that with 42 seconds left.
Yeah, really. I mean, at that point, there's really no point even climbing, right? I mean, if you're down by that much, you might as well just try to get as many power cells, at least get 1 RP.
Yeah, definitely. That is the tiebreaker. If you're not that close, though, the second tiebreaker is total points scored. So both do matter in the end.
Sure.
But, of course, ranking points are the be-all, end-all in terms of tiebreaker.
Just a couple comments from chat. Tegan saying that her strategy is just to score. That's fair enough. So, Logan Page says, I play Instaclimb and I can shoot long just behind the control panel or up close. So, yeah, interesting to see the versatility. I think I'd choose the Instaclimb bot if I just on paper, just looking at this.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, do you call it a bot? What's the nomenclature for what?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess so. Or a player or a boat. Water game.
Bot boat player.
Yeah, there you go. Just combine them all. So there we go. We see that match ending. The Blue Alliance did come away with the victory. I didn't catch if the Red Alliance was able to get that extra ranking point, but we're going to transition, I guess, over to Turing as the final 50 seconds of the match countdown. And we do have a 3v3, and it's looking pretty close here between the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance.
Yeah, especially in power cell scored right now. I should see, hopefully, both these teams get over that 90 threshold. So, yeah, it's really going to come down to climbs in this one.
Yeah, definitely, as we enter our final 25 seconds. Red Alliance with a slight edge, but one missed climb, as we've seen some robots unable to, or some players unable to climb, I guess, can definitely make a big difference. 8 seconds left. They're really pushing it late. They might have insta climbs. Not sure. 2 seconds, 1 second, and oh my, 1 point gap. Red Alliance is gonna take it.
Blue Line still able to
has
get
the
2
better
RPs
climb.
out of that, though.
Yeah, Red Alliance not getting the 4 RP, looks like. Unable to get all 3 robots climbing. But they still got the win, which is, of course, 2 ranking points, if you can manage that.
So yeah. I recall from playing in XRC matches that I liked using the controller better than keyboard for XRC. Do you find that being any different for MRC?
I'm not sure. I think we have a lot of variety of players here today, playing on console, computer,
Yeah.
and even phones or tablets.
Oh, wow.
So it's very flexible in terms of who can play, which is pretty awesome. But
Yeah, what it
yeah,
seems like from the statistics is that most people are playing on PC, the vast majority. And PC players are, I'm assuming that they're all really using keyboard mouse because, especially in this, it's a lot more important to use your mouse to aim than it is in XRC. Where in XRC you have a constant height. Basically, your height is set to whatever it is, and then you just have to aim up
left, right.
horizontally.
Sure.
But this, you have like every single dimension to worry about constantly. So it's more important to have your mouse in order to do that. So I'm pretty sure that anyone that's using PC is going to be using keyboard mouse. But then it's the people that are on the Bedrock edition of Minecraft that are going to have a lot more variety.
Yeah,
So
definitely going to be interesting.
So we can tell right here that that Battle 1380 is using Bedrock edition of Minecraft. So they're either on mobile or on console.
So how can you tell that?
They have an asterisk at the beginning of their name if they are
sure.
on Bedrock. And the fun fact for those that aren't aware, that are listening, they have Bedrock is a completely different edition of the game. It's not designed to play crossplay, but we have special features that allow us to play crossplay. So they actually have different advantages due to the editions being different. It looks like Battle is struggling to aim here. I'm not sure if that's because of a glitch or if it's just because they're missing for one reason or another. But I do know that it is more difficult to shoot in Bedrock Edition. They did make that in. So it's more difficult to shoot, but movement is actually smoother in Bedrock, and especially climbing. They actually move faster when they're climbing. But it all balances itself out in the end because the teleop is easier for Java Edition players, and then the end game is easier for Bedrock Edition players.
So the Java one is typically PC only, is that right?
Yes, the Java is the one that's on Windows, Mac, or Linux, and then the Bedrock is on Windows 10, on Pocket Edition, which is mobile, and then all the console editions as well. I'm not sure if it supports Nintendo Switch. I thought it did, but maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, I know we did have a player asking about Nintendo Switch. I'm not sure if they got it working or not. But we're entering our final 30 seconds of Turing match number 6, and once again, we're seeing a very high score here potentially coming for the Red Alliance. 360 points now with no climbs up yet, I think, for the Red Alliance. They're going to make their way in the final 10 seconds, and we're going to see what they can do. Blue Alliance trying to get their climbs off. Red Alliance not quite able to get all of their climbs, but Blue Alliance was, so they're going to get the extra ranking point, even though they did not win that match. But 422 points, I believe, is the second highest score of the day so far, so very respectable from those players.
So the ask for the instant climbers, how do you actually see them instant climb? Or is instant climb literally instant, or is it like 2 seconds?
It is instantaneous. They if they're instant climb class, all they have to do is right-click the door inside of their boat, then they'll pop out of the boat, and they'll get the points for climbing, even though they won't appear to be climbing on your screen. So sometimes it's a little bit difficult to see if they actually missed the climb or if they were instant climb class. But
right,
obviously they'll get the points for it as soon as they hop out of their boat.
A couple comments in chat saying that Switch doesn't support modified servers, so that might be why we don't see Switch players.
Yeah.
Nick also got to ask, when is the VR version of this coming out? I want to throw my Oculus on and just start going to the town.
I believe that the Oculus version is on Bedrock Edition, I believe. I have never personally tried it, so I can't give my personal experience with it. But if it supports Bedrock third-party servers, then it will support this.
Perfect. I want to look just absolutely amazing, just like raising my arm up in the air to try to shoot every single time.
Yeah, definitely. So we're here in Tesla match number 8. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance. We have Elate Kitten, Blight, and Bricklord returning. I believe he or she has already played. Against 2_R, Pineapple 291, and B-Wash on the Blue Alliance. Looks like it might be a 2v2, actually.
Looks like we got the 2 Red Alliance players kind of getting stuck in each other's way over in the center over here. And we have on the Blue Alliance one person that's doing crossbow full court, and then one person that is doing more of going around the field and collecting the power cells, then using the bow close up. We don't know if it's the bow or if it's the insta-climb.
Right. Yeah, so both these alliances going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage, of course, with being unable to get the ranking point for climbing, but they can still get the ranking point for the power cells if they can manage to shoot enough. Right now, Blue Alliance looking like they have a fairly commanding lead here, 180 to 95.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Red to get over that threshold. Blue might be able to do so if they just only focus on power cells.
Yeah, definitely. They are definitely getting very close, but it is 30 seconds to go, and we see Pineapple making the full court shots, really contributing a lot to the Blue Alliance cause of trying to get that RP. See a bunch of players starting to get their climbs off, trying to get up at the last possible second.
Blue's going to come up just short, it looks like, but still getting the 2 ranking points for winning the match.
Yeah, definitely. 2 ranking points for Blue, 0 for Red, unfortunately. But, I think there were some strong performers in both sides of those alliances doing quite well. All right, so looks like we are on qualification match number 7 over on Turing. Actually, 7's just reporting scores now. Looks like the Red Alliance scored 320 points winning, which was Ducky, Natalie, God Prime, and Decaf Psycho pulling off the win there. And they're going to be happy with that one. So they're going to be moving to match number 8. Where we will see Super MC 123, who again is one of those favorites. As we see the waiting room here for the Turing field. So each of the players are selecting their class at that point, so they can hit different signs to choose what they want to do and what position they want to start in. And we're going to get this match started. So autonomous period looking pretty strong from both of the alliances. Lots of picking up and shooting by all of the players on the field. And it is going to be a slight edge to the Blue Alliance coming out of the autonomous period, where, of course, the points are doubled. And we're going to see what they can do. Definitely a very close match so far. Only 1 power cell inner separating them. 2 power cells total difference in scored.
Just want to say this perspective makes the goals look very tall, or the ports look very tall.
Very massive ports that you have to shoot way up high.
And for this one, we still have inner and outer ports, right? So you're still going to get either the 2 or 3 points respectively, depending which one you hit.
Yes, correct.
Yep.
And the players' perspectives, I don't know if you've been noticing in the chat, it shows the points contributed by each player at the end of the match, and they have a live view of that on their scoreboards for their player. And it shows a percentage of the inners and percentage of the outers and their overall accuracy as well. So they can see if they're getting inners or outers by whether their percentage is increasing. So even if they're like taking long shots, like we saw some people with crossbow do, they might not be able to tell if they're getting in or not. They can see if their percentage is increasing.
Yeah, the other indicator that I believe exists is there's different sounds for each of the inner and outer. Is that correct, Nick?
Yep, there's different sound cues where there will be a anvil sound, and the stream can hear these sounds. There's an anvil sound, very faintly if you get an inner. We're hearing a lot of anvil sounds, actually. And then it's more of a ding sound. It's called the player hit sound for when you hit someone with an arrow. But that is the sound of the outer. So the anvil means that you're getting inners.
I wish they'd add that to the actual first competition.
Yeah. It's coming with 4 seconds left. It's very close here. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance close, but it is going to be an 11-point win for the Blue Alliance there. And looks like a climb. The climb is making the biggest difference here, 70-45 endgame.
Yeah, Blue taking all 4 RPs in that one. Red getting 1. I love how there's spectators in the stands, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I go through the tunnel, does it go anywhere?
Oh, we can show a sneak peek of the tunnel if you'd like.
Yeah.
Through the tunnels over here, it's a little bit dimly lit, but there's like concession stands, and it's not fully developed. But
yes.
down here, there's this is like the pits area before everyone's actually moved in, and we've got the AV booth over here.
Yes. Perfect. I mean, this would make Dr. Disrespect jealous, just saying, so.
Definitely.
Oh, can we say his name on Twitch anymore? I forget. He's like totally banned.
I don't know. I don't know.
So we're moving over to the Tesla field because they have another match in progress. We've got Waxton, who's doing full court crossbow shots for the Blue Alliance. It looks like we have the other 2 players on Blue Alliance are doing bow close shots. We have close shots on red bow, and I don't see a third red robot unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it looks
so
like
it
is a 2v3.
Oh, it worked out for Waxton this time, since the last match he had only 2 players in Blue Alliance.
Yeah, exactly.
So something to ask, you mentioned before that, shooting's a little bit more difficult than this. So if you're Waxton right now, do you have to re-aim every single time that you're shooting that full court shot, or can you essentially just leave your crosshair where it needs to be?
So this is Waxton's POV, what he sees. He is mostly staying still. Really, he's then he has to turn to collect more power cells from the loader,
Sure.
and then he's going to get lined up again. A lot of them might have some sort of they almost like put like markers on their screen of exactly where they have to aim. Or I know that they found out the exact row in the stands that they have to aim their crosshair at. So they count like the 3rd row down or something like that. Or maybe it's one of the marks in the ceiling. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Yeah, there's definitely different strategies that all these players are employing. And it looks like the Blue Alliance has crossed that power cell limit for the RP. So if they can get all their climbs off, they're going to be looking at a 4 RP match. Because it looks like they do have the lead by a significant margin over the Red Alliance. And looks like they do get their climbs off. So 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance. 407, a very strong score from there. Waxton, 215 points contributed by him. So.
Full court works out pretty well, apparently.
Yeah, definitely. Nick, why don't we take a quick look at the preliminary rankings, because I believe those have, or for Tesla, I believe at least they've been fixed. So we do see North Jelly, which I'm not sure we have seen play yet, in first place right now. 8 ranking points, getting the maximum out of both matches, 810 points overall. Just barely ahead of Lucky Isabel with 791 points, but also the perfect ranking point score. So 2 early contenders here, as this is Tesla match number 11.
This looks like a 3v2 with 3 on blue and 2 on red from what I can see so far.
Yeah, definitely. Unlike the XRC simulator, once you're in, once the match starts, you can't join in mid-match. So unfortunately, it will be a 2v3 for this match, but we'll see what the Red Alliance can do. So far, they're keeping it fairly close in the early goings of things.
Looks like this player was trying to do full court shots with the regular bow, which is not something that is possible. So that's why you saw them missing.
I mean, it's not possible yet. You never know.
Well, it was possible before. It was possible actually as recently as yesterday, before we updated it to rebalance the crossbow. Since you could make full court shots with the bow, it made the crossbow useless. So we made it so that you can't hit full court shots with the bow anymore.
Nick, that's such a corporate term, rebalance. Just say it. We nerfed it. So. It's like saying we right-sized a company, right? So surprisingly, Red Alliance actually keeping a pretty decent pace. In a 2v3, as you'll see, Blue start to break away even more. Actually, a little surprising that Red is as close as they are, but now you see Blue starting to break away a bit more as they're climbing up to that 90 power cell mark to get that additional RP.
Yeah, definitely, and only 36 seconds left, so it's going to be tight, I think, for the Blue Alliance, even still, trying to get those power cells into that goal as quickly as possible. And of course, they also still want to get the climb ranking point. We see one Blue Alliance member already going up for the climb to make sure that they can get that locked in. Just playing a little bit safe, making sure that they get those points and potential ranking points up. Looks like one of the Blue Alliance members running a little late here. Maybe it's an insta-climb. Nope, trying to climb, but it's 0 seconds left. And actually,
yeah, they got it.
Insta-climb. Yeah, 75. So 3 ranking points to Blue Alliance and 0, unfortunately, to the Blue Alliance or the Red Alliance.
So, Nick, does the winner of the events, do they get to chill in the XRC like super lounge that's up on top of where the climbing tower is?
Maybe that can be arranged. Right now, the doors are open, but I can lock it down and make it a super VIP only lounge.
There you go. Or you got that little skybox up there too.
Oh yeah. You mean the oh yeah.
He meant the big XRC like.
The Jumbotron over here.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Yes, Jumbotron. That's what it is. Yeah.
I thought you were referring to this the whole time.
No, but I'd be fine with that too. How do we get the Jumbotron to actually show video? That's the next step. Is that possible? In Minecraft.
Well, with enough effort, anything is technically possible. But
perfect.
So we're going to check in here with the Turing Division rankings. Looks like C. Stroy K is 24, is rank number 1. He's one of the regulars in our community. He's played 2 matches, got the 4 RP on both of them, so looking in a good position here so far. But again, it's only 2 matches played. Still a lot to go.
We're going to tune into the last minute and a half of this ongoing match on Turing right now, match number 10.
And who is in this match? Well, I can tell you. We have Nerdabega, Jay Latondre, and Paternal Poem on red versus Mr. G-Force, Darman 4, and Off Raindrop. Actually, a lot of these players are veterans. The entire Blue Alliance is
The
well
entire Blue Alliance
associated with us, yeah.
Well, it's probably why they're at 80 plus power cells with just a minute left still.
Yeah, they're definitely looking pretty dominant so far. Red Alliance bumping into each other a little bit. It's looking like they're trying to get around each other, but oh man.
I like how Off Raindrop has a Canadian cape on him, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
what resembles that, at least.
Yeah, the closest
yeah,
thing that you can get.
He's from the Alpha Dogs 4946.
Sure.
An alumni, so from up here in Canada. Definitely repping the Canadian spirit. 18 seconds left. Looks like Blue Alliance is looking very comfortable here. Red Alliance not quite able to get that threshold, it looks like. But they're going to try and get the climb ranking point. With 2 seconds left.
Yeah, we
it
could
is
see
going to be the Blue Alliance.
this Bedrock player over here who just fell into the bars, but they climbed a lot faster than the other players usually do, which is one of the things that balances itself out. Where they might not have made it up in time if they were a Java Edition player if they started climbing that late.
Then apparently somehow you can fall into a self-imposed jail.
Yeah. So 451, a very strong score here. Still, I believe the 489 is the highest we've seen so far today. Yep, looks like that is still the score to beat. So we'll see if anybody can break that 500 points. Definitely going to be difficult for some of these alliances to do that.
Well, let's do a prediction on this. So what do we think what's the over-under for the high score, Brennan? Give me a number.
I'm going to say, well, over under 500, I'd say over, I'd say.
Yeah, I know. So we have to think of think of kind of an in between. So at 520, 525, 550.
Let's set it as at 520.
All right.
I think that's, pretty decent.
So we're going to be starting match number 13 here on the Tesla field. We've got That Software Dude, QP Blake, Lucky Isabel, LJP Akuno, and Father 8, I believe are the names.
Yeah, it does look like that's the case. And Lucky Isabel is currently our number 1 seed, and LJP is our number 2, and Software Dude is our number 3. So
oh my, that is
wow.
Yeah, high-powered matchup early on. Of course, maybe there's some schedule nonsense that helped them out, but definitely no slouches here in this match.
So we do have our prediction up, by the way, and for the next 5 minutes, you can predict by betting fun points or fun buck points, which are totally free, by the way, on if we're going to see an over 520 high score during this event. So far, everybody's going for the over 520, Brennan. So maybe we have to raise that threshold a little bit, but we'll see. I think you can bet as many points as you want. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw it was something like 250,000 points or something like that was the maximum, I think.
Jeez.
There we go. See, actually, if you bet the under, you're getting really good value because you win the pot. And it's just split between whoever has it. So right now, whoever bet 10 fun bucks can win 570 based on that. So. Welcome to sportsbook betting, everybody. You're learning how the line works for everything.
Yeah.
Teaching kids one at a time.
So looking at this Tesla match with some of our high seeds, it looks like Red Alliance is creating a very small gap here, 260 to 240, about 20 points. And we'll see if Blue can kind of bring it back. LJP trying to do what they can. as our number 2 seed currently. And it looks like Software Dude and Lucky Isabel, our number 1 and 3, are on the same alliance. So Blue Alliance doing pretty well, considering that they don't only have one of the top 3 currently ranked players in them.
Yeah, GK boss. It's for the event, so I don't know. We can do it for matches. We could set over unders for each match if you want.
Well, it looks like we're not going to break 500 in this match, at least, and we definitely had some strong competitors here. Whoa, Blue Alliance bringing it real close with a missed climb on Red there, but Red still coming away with the win, 419 to 397. 3 RPs to 2 RPs.
Blue saying in chat, if only somebody would use a Guitar Hero controller, they get 50% more power cell scored. I mean, nothing's stopping them.
That's true. Bluetooth, for those of you who don't know, is fairly well known in our community for modding controllers and playing with them. The most ridiculous ones, Guitar Hero controller being one of his favorites to use to play different games. So he's definitely an expert on that.
Do people still do that for robots right now?
I don't know. People used to do that way more.
Yeah. And by the way, when I saw Bluetooth's name, I thought Bluth from Arrested Development. That's what popped in my head.
Oh.
Like, oh, Bluth. All right.
Yeah. He's got the number in the middle of his name, so it's like, do you pronounce it or do you not pronounce it?
No matter what you say, we're probably wrong. So
true.
GameCube controller. That's an interesting option.
Yeah, how do you even plug that into your computer? You must have to have some sort of adapter or something.
Joy-Con try to Joy-Con
and Wiimote.
How about an Atari controller, man? Let's do that.
Yeah.
It's like just a joystick and one button, and that's it.
Yeah. So it looks like we are over on Tesla now, match number 14. Checking in with the different players on Red Alliance, Caitlin, Nitsua Gamer, and Banana Bubby against B-Wash, Philball, and Aerobat. On the Blue Alliance, we see a snowball class here. Aerobat opting for that snowball. I think that's one of the more rare ones that we've been looking for. But looks like the Aerobat player is looking to use that as well as they can. Their rapid fire ability.
So other than we talked about how Bedrock versus the Java options can impact a little bit, are the classes typically the same speed otherwise in regards to how fast you row, drive, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, I believe that they're all the same in terms of driving or climbing, aside from the insta climb.
Sure.
So the only difference is the shooting of the power cells, be it speed and accuracy and range that you can get from each of the different classes. As we see one of the Red Alliance members doing the full court shots with the crossbow. That's Nitsua Gamer doing a great job there. And yeah, it definitely seems like the strategy for some alliances has been to have one doing the full court shots and then two kind of doing the closer shots, picking up the drops and other stuff.
By the way, I'm going to cancel the prediction contest because apparently you can only do one at a time, and I want to do more than that. So we'll cancel. We'll do a few more later. Everybody will get refunded, and we'll try that again. So, delete prediction. There we go. I've never tried it before.
Yeah, I mean, everybody here is doing first attempts of things with our competition. The predictions is great. Wow, B-Wash 100% accuracy that last match.
Wow.
Didn't miss a single shot, and 146 points scored. So
yeah, but look at Banana Bubby, who was a little bit less accurate, but had 74% inners, so actually scoring a few more points.
Exactly. very close. 97% probably is only like one miss too. So
Yeah.
So we see that score going in to the match schedule here on Tesla. We can check in quickly with the ranks on the Tesla division. Lucky Isabel, that software dude, Banana Bubby, the top three
yeah,
here.
we just saw Banana Bubby play in that last match. So jumping up into third position, going to be really good for them. And Nitsua in 8th, also seeing them in that last match as well.
We can jump to the Turing qualifications. It looks like they are over there done with about 11, it looks like, matches. And we can check out the rankings on the Turing division, where we have the top 3 being C-Struck 24, Andy 682, and Cheesy PB, making up the top 3 there. C-Struck has a perfect 4.0 ranking score. I did not notice with the Tesla nope, there is no one with the perfect 4.0 on Tesla. So Turing, C-Struck over here, the only one to have the perfect 4.0 ranking score.
Last one remaining. Looks like we're seeing the rankings shift around a little bit as scores get entered for the Turing division. C-Struck, of course, still going to be at that top spot with the perfect average.
We're getting ready to start match 13 here on the Turing field. Everyone just finished picking their positions and classes and readying up. We've got Space Turtle, Tweecarp, Off Raindrop, and those are the red players. We've got Ashmaster, C-Struck, and Mr. G-Force. We just mentioned C-Struck, number 1 rank, only player remaining to have a 4.0 ranking average. Maybe we'll pay close attention to them, maybe even go for their POV later. They are using
got 30
the Snowball
seconds, by the
class
way,
right
if
now.
you want to predict who's going to win this match.
Snowball class for C-Struck as well. Definitely a different choice than normal. Interesting to see that the only 4.0 right now is the Snowball class. So maybe a little bit underutilized by some of our players. C-Struck definitely showing how strong it can be.
We can go in for their POV right now.
There we go, launching the 3 capacity power cells, stealing a little bit from the red zone, making sure that they can keep those cycles very quick. And it's a very close match here, actually, like 1 point difference between these players. So they're battling it out between back and forth. Interesting that none of the Blue Alliance members are going for the super long shot. Neither the Red Alliance, it looks like, either. So, interesting to see that they're not doing like the full court stuff. It is very close, though. Wow. 10 points swinging back and forth between these different alliances. 50 seconds left.
Expo, thank you for letting everybody know that you're betting on this match, by the way.
He's got the confidence in Blue Alliance. Or maybe the lack of confidence. He's saying, hey, you guys better win or else.
Does look at it like it is incredibly close, considering that C-Struck has the perfect 4.0 ranking score. So it was very, very close just a few moments ago, like still within a very, very close margin.
Yeah, definitely can definitely make a big difference here too.
Well, and Red still needs 2 more power cells in order to get that extra RP.
Ooh, 88, yeah. It's going to be close, and it is going to be the Blue Alliance. Neither of the alliances getting the endgame bonus, though.
Yeah, so that's an end to anyone's 4.0 ranking score average.
He got C-Struck getting the win, but not getting the overall 4.0, maintaining that average. Gonna drop a little bit. So we're gonna see those scores get entered in just a second.
And by the way, congrats to GK Boss and Bluetooth for winning the prediction contest and getting some extra fun bucks, to do whatever you want with.
There you go. Looks like we're hopping into Tesla, another Snowball class player, Blake, trying to make their score go up as quickly as possible. It looks like it is a 3v2, unfortunately, for the Blue Alliance. But they're keeping it pretty close. We do see a player making the full court shots. No Red Alliance member seems to be doing that right now. That's Slike 62. Making those long range, and then QP Blake just taking the close ones. Blue is keeping in this fight despite being down a player here. They're only like 1 point behind. This is pretty crazy.
All that accurate full court shooting there really paying off, it looks like, so far.
Yeah, let's see if they're getting... It's hard to tell if they're getting inners, but I think that they are getting a lot of inners here. It does look like it.
Yeah, it does.
Score definitely going up by 3 points each time, which is the inner points. So very reliable here. Psych, definitely a strong contender here, potentially. Just take a look at the ranks. Slike is actually 14th right now, so right in the middle of the pack, which is a little bit surprising. Maybe some bad luck. They clearly have some bad luck right now playing 2v3, but it's they're keeping it really close here. It's only a couple points difference.
You're so dependent on your alliance partner, though, with that, because if you think about it, if you're doing full court, you have to wait essentially for power cells to come in as being scored by the opposite alliance, right? So you're very dependent on your other alliance partner having a big contribution as well.
Oh, we see some blocking here from Zach Vitarian on Slike, trying to prevent him from getting the climb. They're going to try and get up off the ground with 5 seconds left. Looks like there is some struggling there. And they're going to hit the bell.
Can you climb up the opposite one?
I believe that what was happening is that they had instant climb, so they instantly got the credit for the climbs, and they were trying to block the opposing alliance from climbing since they didn't have instant climb.
Sure, but you can climb up your opposing alliance's vine or pole or whatever.
You can climb up it, but it doesn't give you any points if you ring the bell there.
Sure. Okay.
So that was a big match. We saw the alliance of 2 win that just barely. Wow. So that's got to be big for them in terms of like seeding and dealing with some of that adversity for sure.
Looks like if we go to the Turing division, which I will tune into right about now, we might have Darman 4 competing in this match, who was the world record holder for a long time, and I think might be the world record holder again now that the bow class changed. It's just the end of this match right now.
Darman 4 currently in 5th seed, so looking to get up a little bit.
Oh, they got the 4 RP right there, so...
Wow, yeah. Big for the Red Alliance there.
Definitely
pulling off
Darman 4 having the largest contribution in that match. 185 points, 96% accuracy, 74% inners.
Wow.
The only... Cheesy PB also had 100% accuracy, 75% inners, but it looks like they must have taken fewer shots because they have a lower overall score contributed.
With that win, actually, Darman 4 has jumped into 1st place. So, 3.7 ranking score if you want to transition over there, Nick, to the Turing rankings. There we have it. We have the 3.7 ranking score. Just barely ahead on the total points tiebreaker, 1243 to 1139 to 1127. Actually, there's a lot of people at 3.7 ranking score right now. Mm-hmm. So, all the top 5, very close.
How about RoboBee there with only 780 points with a 3.5 in 6th place right now?
Yeah.
Oh, but only 2 matches. Only 2 matches.
2 matches, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Looks like the next Turing match, we got Super MC123. and Jay Latondre, and Robo V.
Is that person on the Green Alliance?
That person
Yeah,
is
they-
not yet readied up for the Red Alliance, so they have to click the red right position in order to ready up, and they have not yet. So, they pressed it twice. there
There
they
we go. You got the
That
Red
is so
Alliance
awesome,
armor.
by the way. Cone asked in chat, how many alliances per division?
I believe there's going to be 8.
Yep, that is the plan, unless there's been news that is changed in terms of players dropping
Number
out.
of players. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So it looks like our highest seeded player in this match is Robo V over on the Blue Alliance. Robo V currently in 6th place. That was the 780 total points. So they really have the ability here to do some damage to the top 3, or maybe even get first place off of this match, depending on how many points they can score and if they get the ranking points. And they're also a snowball class, so looking like we're starting to see some snowball class players rise to the top of the leaderboard in these divisions.
Yeah, as I've played Snowball class a lot, and it looks like a very stray, some stray shots on Red Alliance, missing by a lot. But the Snowball class is by far the hardest to get into. It is it takes the longest to get used to because the aiming is very difficult. You have to aim considerably higher than you think that you would need to when you're throwing the snowballs. Whereas the bow, you aim just a tiny bit higher than the spot you're aiming for, and it pretty much goes there. The snowballs, you have to find the perfect placement, and it takes a long time to get adjusted to that.
Where do you find yourself shooting from with the snowballs typically, Nick?
You have to get somewhat close because you have to aim so much higher that usually the players seem to go somewhere in the area of this white line, like RoboV did just there.
Sure.
But you can technically do it from anywhere in the neighborhood of that. But I think that they either do it from the white line or just behind the white line.
And are there penalties in these matches like there have been in XRC?
So in MRC, we decided that there's absolutely no penalties whatsoever. Anything you're allowed to do inside the game is fair game. There will be no point deductions or points added after the match ends to the opposing alliance or anything like that.
So is it possible to knock players off the vine as they go up or anything like that?
Yep, climb defense is fully legal. Auto defense is technically legal as well. That's full court shots from the crossbow, obviously legal. And when we modify things, like we wanted the bow class to not be able to do full court shots, we made it so it's physically impossible for it to happen rather than penalizing it, because we wanted to make it so there's no penalties. Whatever you're able to do in the game is fully allowed.
Sure.
So yeah, it looks like that last match, RoboV was able to win that one, but only got 3 ranking points, which actually decreased their ranking score and dropped them in the rankings. So lots of the top players very good at getting these extra ranking points and maximizing their chances of seeding high.
Oof, as the kids say. But that's the wrong game, isn't it?
I think oof applies to all games when something unfortunate happens.
Sure. I wasn't sure, like, there's certain type of people who only play Minecraft and other people who only play, like, Roblox,
Right.
We switched over to the Tesla field where we have match 18 in progress right now. Blue Alliance looks to have 2 robots. The Red Alliance looks to have 3. We have Odd, Flex, but okay. And Bricklord, I think, on the Blue Alliance. Waxton and that software dude. And Elliot Kitten on the Red Alliance. Getting up there very, very early is Bricklord on the Blue Alliance. definitely interesting considering he's a Bedrock player, so would be able to climb incredibly quickly if necessary, but definitely climbed very early.
Red Alliance getting the win, 400 points, but unfortunately they were not able to get the ranking point for the end game, only getting 1 climb up.
Now something else, that their climb was worth 30 points. Was there a bonus 5 points for something else?
So there are park points, which Nick can explain.
Yes, so when you park inside of the zone, you get 5 points for that, which is just like FRC. But the part where it's different is that you get points for climbing, or when you climb, when you hang, you get the, I believe it's 20 points that you get. So you still have to be within the zone, the park zone, when the match ends in order to get those 5 points for parking. So if you technically leave the park zone, then you will get 20 points for that climb, since you'll miss out on the 5 points for the park.
Sure.
Yeah, so with that match entered, looks like Waxon is sitting in 5th place. And correct me if I'm wrong, he's a past world record holder, current world record holder, I don't know exactly, but definitely one of the stronger players, but currently only sitting in 5th, so has some work cut out for him if he wants to be in that number 1 position, who is currently Lucky Isabel for the Tesla division. As we go to Turing, match number 16 with 7 seconds left, we're going to see a giant rush here. Codster, 130, trying to get up in time. 1 second to go, maybe a little bit too late. And it is going to be a little bit too late. Red Alliance winning narrowly, 24-point victory. And getting the 4 ranking points to Blue's 0.
So help me do the math on that. Blue got 45 endgame points. How does that work?
So the 45 would be probably. Hold on, I'm trying to think. So it could be a combination of
2 climbs and 1 park.
2 climbs and 1 park. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
somebody climbed and went out of the zone.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
There would be 1 full climb and park, and then 1 climb without the park.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to climb and park?
You have to
if you stay within the zone after you climb, then you get that extra 5 points. But some people, they climb and then they drop out of the zone. Or, like you were seeing the instant climb class, sometimes they play defense on the other alliance's climb zone, which they would be outside of their own park zone if they're doing that.
Sure.
But sometimes the 5 points makes it worth it if they're blocking an entire climb from happening on the other alliance.
So, Nick, what inspired you to want to do this in Minecraft?
That is a good question. I believe that I just wanted to, I don't know, I enjoy programming with Java, and Minecraft is, the plugins are based in Java, for Java Edition anyway. So it was something that was just interesting because it was able to apply my Java knowledge to something that, you know, is in a video game without having to use Unity or something.
Sure.
Some actual game platform.
Dude, your portfolio is just going to be nuts by the time you're ready for that stage. So.
Yeah, Nick is, for those of you who are unaware, does a lot of the back-end work for the XRC group that runs events. Besides just the Minecraft stuff, he has a lot of different plugins for our streaming setup and how that all interfaces. He and I work together to try and make a lot of these things automated for a lot of our events in the traditional simulator that we normally host events for. Definitely a very strong driving force behind a lot of our development.
And Brennan, you guys have a Twitch channel for that now too, right?
We do. It is Second Robotics. That's the Twitch ID, and we host all of our a bunch of events there. As of right now, we're going to have some new announcements coming out soon about events that we're having in the future. Right now, we don't have anything publicly scheduled, but there's definitely going to be some great info for those who are looking to check that out.
Are you guys looking at doing with the new whatever modifications end up coming out for Infinite Recharge? Is there going to be kind of a new field done for something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. If there's some sort of meaningful change made to the game, that's definitely going to be reflected inside the simulator. And we have a great developer for the simulator from Gluten Free, the FTC team that who does the development for that, and he's been fantastic at getting those updates out as needed and making sure that gets done. So if anything that does change, that'll be reflected, and it's super awesome.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. Looking forward to hopefully events happening in the future as well too.
Yeah,
in real life. How is Canada, by the way, Brendan, or at least where you are right now? Are you seeing improvements for that?
Unfortunately, no. We're kind of going the opposite direction. I say generally we've been faring a little bit better than the U.S., but as of the last month or so, we've been trending to the not so good side very rapidly.
Sure.
Which is kind of unfortunate timing with the holiday season just around the corner, with lots of people wanting to travel and visit family and such. But yeah, definitely a challenge up here as well.
Yeah. Well, I hope everybody's staying safe. I know here in Wisconsin, we were one of the worst areas. Actually, where I lived was one of the worst in the whole U.S. and one of the worst in the world for a while. And starting to calm down finally, but I hope everybody's being safe, and I hope everybody is making sure they're practicing what they need to do to be in good shape. Because once we get events back out, live events, we want you there. So make sure you're doing what you can, doing your part to make sure that can happen.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like we're tuning into a match on Tesla. The last 10 seconds, Red Alliance looking pretty comfortable here. Banana Bubby, current number 5 seed on the Red Alliance, looking like they might be able to get up there even further. 70 endgame is going to be enough for the extra ranking point, and they also scored enough power cells, so 4 apiece to the Red Alliance is really going to boost them up in the rankings.
So Brennan, has the Waffles, are they registered for the season?
Yeah, we are. We are officially registered for the season. We're excited for the kickoff and what that will bring to first teams everywhere, and what kind of challenges that we're gonna face, because it is going to be a bit of a different year, I think. But it's going to be good to see what we can do and what we can still accomplish as a team.
It'll be very interesting to see, at least from our end, from a media perspective and news perspective, is how many teams will actually register by the time kickoff comes for that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not exactly sure what the registration numbers are currently, but I think there's a decent number at least.
I hope so. But a lot of teams, fund development's tough right now. It's hard to get people, in many cases, excited and want to keep them going and moving. How are you guys? Like, how is your team keeping, your students and mentors engaged right now?
Yeah, so we have weekly meetings that we incorporate social games kind of into the beginning, just kind of get people enthusiastic and still being social, because obviously we don't have the face-to-face, but through Zoom we're trying to keep it as social as we can. And then obviously we're trying to work on different projects, especially the award side of things, where we know that a lot of our submitted awards that would traditionally be submitted, like Dean's List, Woody Flowers, Chairman's, are going through. So working on that is a big deal. And then we have some people who are working on technical stuff, developing their CAD skills and designing potential upgrades for a robot. Should we be able to meet in person and have a competition again with the 2020 robot, but slightly modified?
Yeah, looking forward very much so to see what potential modification are. Because first, it's straight out said that, hey, you should be able to just take your robot and play the 2021 game as well. So it will beg the question of like, hey, is something getting added where it's like, you can still, obviously I think power cells are probably going to be here, right? I don't think we'll see a change to that, but I'd love to see like maybe a different port or something like that, like a super port or something. To shoot into. Anything you would really like to see, or do you just want to keep it exactly the same?
Yeah, I mean, I think an additional scoring place would be a good idea. I think it's going to be interesting to see how much their addition or changes affect what would be like a super competitive robot.
Yeah,
whether or not it's like a required kind of thing, or whether it's just like something that you could do for a mid-level team, because there's different ways you could approach it, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what makes the most sense. The game is already pretty solid in terms of design, I feel like.
Yeah.
So.
And well received too, right?
Yeah, definitely. People definitely seem to be excited for the season when it came out, and sad when it was ultimately delayed. So I think people are definitely excited to see it potentially be played in real life at specifically at a high level.
Yeah, that's really we did have that event in Taiwan about a month ago, and it was cool to see it live, but definitely not quite at the level you might see at some other off-season events or something like that too. I do like Nick's addition of the airship in this, though. Nick combining 2017 with this is great.
Yeah, definitely. So we did just see Tesla match number 21 wrap up. 3 ranking points to the Blue Alliance. They're going to take the win. Unfortunately, 0 for the Red Alliance. But job well done to the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, I think that that software dude was on the Red Alliance, I believe. And even though he was the top contributor by far, he was on the 2v3 and couldn't make up for it, unfortunately.
Yeah, 168 points. Wow.
Yeah, we'll see how that affects his ranking. I'm not sure if it's been submitted yet. Looks like it has not. He's currently number 2 seed, so he may end up dropping down a little bit from that. Yeah, it does look like he falls to the 8th seed. So it's very close at the top still. Very volatile. People are moving up and down quite rapidly.
Tesla division seems to have much less disparity, though, between some of your higher and lower ends, because you saw the top ranked person only having a 3.3 RP average.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely struggling to get those ranking points every single time. But we're tuning into match number 19 over on Turing, where we see Blue Alliance currently with a fairly significant lead, about 60 to 70 points here. So we'll see what they can do as they're nearing the power cell requirement, threshold for the extra ranking point, which they're absolutely going to want to get. So, Nick, in terms of classes, do you think players are going to stick to one, or are they going to kind of mix it up a little bit, depending on what they think fits the Alliance the best?
That is a good question. For now, the top players that I'm noticing, like RoboV, I remember last time we noticed that they were using Snowball. They still seem to be using Snowball this match right now. So maybe if a class isn't working out for them, maybe they'll change it up. But right now, it seems like if the classes are working well for them, they might stick to it.
And I've heard some talk about what kind of class combinations might make the most sense. Is there any combination that you think is just really strong, particularly, or maybe a combination of three classes that would not work well together, maybe?
Well, from what I can see, the crossbow class, it's not a good idea to use it if you're not planning on going from the far shots, right? Because it is slower overall, and if you're not going to take advantage of the far shots full court, then you might as well use the regular bow or something else altogether. So you mostly want to limit the crossbow to maybe just one, possibly two if you know what you're doing, because otherwise you would use up the entire loading station, right? Because you're relying on the other alliance loading station coming in, and you might accidentally run out of your source, and then you lose all your advantage. Because the whole advantage of that is being able to take from the loading station instantly.
Makes sense.
So,
just reading off Twitch chat here, by the way, Labib says, I feel like people will stick to the same class because there's so much to learn for each class and not much time to learn other classes.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Become an expert at one thing and then craft your alliance around, finding partners that work well with you. Looks like we have the current number 1 seed of the Turing division playing on the Red Alliance, Dark Z, looking to see what he can do.
Dark Z is using a regular bow class or an instant climb class. We'll have to see how many power stills they have to see what class they have.
3, 4.
That was 4 shots,
Just
so
4.
they're probably
So
the
it looks
instant
like
climb.
it's an instant climb. Yeah. Over on the blue lines, we have Mr. Blue Soda, Space Turtle, and who's the last member there? Speedster. All of those kind of in the middle of the pack, it looks like. Actually, Mr. Blue Soda up in 11th, and Speedster 12th. So just outside of that potential Alliance Captain range. Looking to get up there as they seem to collide a little bit there, the two Blue Alliance members. And it's a very close match here, 10 points separating them.
I like that Mr. Blue Soda took time to stop playing the match to say hi to the stream.
Yeah.
Not much to flex on when it's tied up right now, by the way. Yeah, I'd be focusing on getting points.
If you lose that, then your teammates are going to be like, what were you doing? Yeah. And it's very close. The number 1 seed, Dark Z, really trying to keep things close here, but Blue Alliance starting to pull away a little bit here. Looks like Blue Alliance has already crossed that 90 power cell threshold. 3 more for the Red Alliance will do it for them, and they do get that as well. So, bonus ranking point for them. But Blue Alliance still looking like they have a fairly comfortable lead here, 40 points nearly, as Blue Alliance starts to go for climbs. And it is going to be the Blue Alliance. Endgame slightly different, but they still get the 2 ranking points. 4 ranking points, though, for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, good unicorn match all the way.
Yeah, all the ranking points earned for this match, which is great. Great competitors, and we'll see what happens with Dark Z with that loss. And it looks like they do drop out of first place down to 6th. So, once again, still very volatile in the rankings. Very close among the top players. And Darman, one of the players we were talking about, previous or current world record holder, up in first place here on the Turing division.
Also, Darman is 4-0, so interesting to see. Well, just a little bit of change there, actually. As C-Struck now in first place with a 3.8. But I was going to say, interesting to see that 4-0, yet there's somebody at 3-1 with the same amount. So Darman missing, obviously, a couple RPs as he's been playing.
Yeah. So definitely changing the outcome. Looks like one of the extra tiebreakers or ranking points was not assigned for 2 matches ago where C-Struck played, which will propel him up into first place. So well done from him.
Let's take a look at the Tesla rankings because we're about to watch Tesla match number 24, which is going to be a 3v3. I think I've noticed a little bit, it might be a slight correlation that Tesla seems to have fewer 3v3s compared to Turing, possibly because just there's more no-shows in the Tesla division, but this is a 3v3 coming up for match number 24.
By the way, we're going to start a prediction for this one, so you go ahead and bet and who you think is going to win this match, Red or Blue Lion.
Okay. I thought that it wasn't a 3v3 for a second, but it definitely is. Banana Bubby on the Red Alliance is the number 1 rank right now in the Tesla division.
Yeah, and who are they playing against? The Blue Alliance here. We have Pineapple 291 and Father 8. And who's the last blue member? Hard to see. Alvin. So they're going to see what they can do against the number 1 seed of Banana Bubby, who's currently 3-1. So it looks like nobody's undefeated actually on the Tesla field anymore. Interesting different strategies here. Blue Alliance opting for a crossbow player doing that full court shooting. Red Alliance not opting for that, and they're starting to fall behind here. Maybe some defense actually from the Blue Alliance member there, Alvin trying to block out the Red Alliance a little bit. Gonna make their way to making some shots off. And Banana Bubby's work is cut out for them as they're currently trailing by 40 points. Got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, not looking good for Banana Bubby right now. 30 seconds left in this match. Everybody in prediction voting for red, by the way. So,
oh no!
Right now, big upset coming up here.
Yeah, definitely a challenging situation. They're going to have to hope that Blue Alliance is unable to complete a bunch of climbs to kind of get back into this match. Red Alliance unable to break that 90-point threshold also, or 90-ball threshold, looks like. As Blue Alliance just takes it, closes it out 333 to 253. 3 ranking points for the Blue, 0 for Red. So they weren't even able to get all 3 climbs on the Red Alliance. So rough for Banana Bubby.
Oh.
Probably going to drop them down.
Yeah, to at least 4 probably right now with stick at 13 ranking points. So yeah, at least a 4, if not lower.
Yeah, it does drop them down to 4, it looks like. As all the bonus points get added in. And Nick, if we hop over to the Tesla ranks, we can see that Caitlin is our new number 1 seed. Number 2, Waxton. Number 3, LJP, who's been up in the top for pretty much the entire time. But
it's still amazing to see
Caitlin much.
No, it's still amazing to see that the highest is 3.2 in Tesla versus Turing right now. Has somebody still C-Struck still at 3.8 for ranking score?
Yeah, big difference maker here, and As Nick said, I think maybe the difference maker is the number of players having a no-show. So it's obviously very hard to get impossible to get the climb ranking point if you only have 2 players on your alliance. So that can definitely hurt in terms of getting a high 3-point something average. As we're over here in Turing, match number 22. We do see a 3v3, although maybe one person just got disconnected. So, oh, no, he just became invisible for a second. But Blue Alliance looking like they're ahead right now.
Yeah, unfortunate to get, regardless, disconnected or invisible or whatever that player keeps doing, like resetting, especially during autonomous, where you're going to miss out on that bonus of double points.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the common strategies we've been seeing develop already is the crossbow long shot. Seems to be very powerful if you have the accuracy to actually hit those shots, which we see on the Blue Alliance. Codster 130 definitely doing very well for his alliance, and you can see that that's starting to reflect in the score. It was very close out of autonomous period, but Blue Alliance is starting to build a bit of a gap here.
I wonder, if it's worth it. It'll be interesting to Codster's stats at the end because, if you're not getting a decent chunk into that inner port, I wonder if the outer port actually makes it worth it for that whole time, not to just get those 2 points each time.
Yeah, we should make a note of taking a look at that. But for the time being, they are definitely increasing their lead, Blue Alliance.
Yes.
Up to about 50 points now. You can definitely say the volume that Codster is shooting, at least, is definitely getting their power cell count up to 90, already getting that extra ranking point. Red Alliance trying to do something similar. At 79. They're very close to getting that, but it's going to be tight. As the vines drop, we are about ready to get the climbs. Five seconds left. We do see Blue Alliance with a very strong lead here. 386 now, 426. 441 final score. And looking at the accuracy of Codster, 92% accurate, 45% inner. So a little bit under half going in inner.
And that's what I'm saying, though, is I wonder long term, if you get, once you get into the elims and stuff like that, that's going to be enough for something like that. Like, in my opinion, I think you almost have to get to a 2/3 ratio of getting inners by that point.
Yeah, it all depends on the total number of shots that you can get.
Yeah, that's very true.
So looking at the Turing as the results slowly come in here, you still see C-Struck up in first place as everything is switching around. Codster, the long-range player, sitting in 17th right now. Right in the middle of the pack, pretty much.
So, Brennan, if you're, C-Struck or Dar or something like that, and you're not a long-range player, do you look for that as your first pick right away, or are you going to try to go for something else?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what they feel is the biggest, rarity almost. You know what I mean? Like if you have a really strong long shot shooter that can hit like 2/3 or higher accuracy, that seems like it would be a rare thing. Where most players seem to be more of a close arrow like bow shot robot. So that maybe is a little bit more common. You might be able to find a decent one on the way back up. We see Software Dude doing the long crossbow shot, so maybe we'll look at his accuracies as well and see what they're at as well. This is actually a 2v3 as well, so Blue Alliance down a member, keeping it close. Once again, they seem to be using the crossbow shot, which is just maybe helping them out a lot here.
I just love that we have such accessibility to these stats for things like, it's something that, live wise, I mean, before Zebra starting to show us a few things, right? But before that, there were really no public stats at all for anything. So I love that in a virtual world, it's so instantly accessible to have.
Yeah, definitely. Something like the inner port accuracy or something like that, you'd have to have like a really reputable scouting system to tell you that kind of
how would
stuff.
you even do that?
Yeah. Definitely a challenging thing, but with this, you just 100% sure that the numbers are right. So.
You set the RFID every power cell.
Yeah, there you go. Oh no. But yeah, 2v3. This is still really close, like 1 point difference here. That software dude shooting till the very end. He's gonna try and get as many shots off as they can.
Oh, they just crossed 90.
Reach it, yeah, 90. Red Alliance not doing the same thing. I'm not sure if the Blue Alliance is climbing the right side there. Looks like they're climbing the Red Alliance pole, so I don't think they're going to be able to get that climb off. And no climbs for the Blue Alliance, just a singular park. And that's going to give the victory to the Red Alliance.
Strange decision, though, by Red to be at 88 power cells and not get the last two.
Yeah. Just literally 2 more shots, and then you have it. But unfortunately, they were not able to pull it off. Looking at the Tesla rankings then. Software dude dropping down further. Down to 12th we saw. Despite that close match. Aerobat was his teammate, so he's in 19th.
So Brennan, we've talked about Waxon before. What do you know about Caitlin, who's currently in first round?
Yeah, I really don't know that much. I think that's a new player, so very impressive from them to be playing, at this level. The MRC stuff has been out for a few months now, in some sort of version. So to be able to compete with someone like Waxon, who's been playing for a decent amount of time, is really impressive from Caitlin, and I hope we can find a match with them playing.
One other thing I want to point out, you talked about that software dude who has now played in their 6th match, but currently has the most amount of total points, even though down in 12th. Like I said, they have played their 6th match. Most others have not. But I would be willing to bet that most other players won't be at the 2,000 plus level at 6 matches. A few will be, obviously, like, Waxton, and just looking down the list, probably North Jelly, that sort of thing. But interesting to see that once again. Only a 2.2 RP, but lots of points scored. So, we talked about alliance selections. Could be an early round pick, even though it might be a little bit lower in the rankings.
Yeah, and I know that some of the players here today were talking about making scouting sheets and that kind of thing for for the players on the field. So it's going to be interesting to see what they value and what they want is an alliance partner. And if they see that high total points, maybe they say, maybe it was just unlucky. So they could potentially go in there. So yeah, Turing qualification match number 24. We have Jacob Nerdabega, Off Raindrop versus Battle 1380, Little David 2019, and Speedster JZ. And we see one of them going for the Snowball class, which I think has been the rarest still. But we've seen some of our top players do it. So as Nick was mentioning, it seems like it's really good in the hands of experienced players, but for newer players, maybe not as easy as some of the other classes. With 43 seconds left, we see that the Red Alliance is looking pretty comfortable here, 207 to 135. Now they're just kind of going to be focused on trying to hit that 90 ball threshold for that extra ranking point. Currently at 77, as you can see on the right hand of your screen. 10 more to go with 22 seconds left. It's going to be cutting it close. See if they can get those off. Blue Line's already going for their climbs, trying to negate that gap that they do have. One power cell away is the Red Alliance. They make that in. And will Jake be able to... He looks like he's going to insta-climb. Just getting out of his boat will give him the instant climb. And a 4 ranking point win to the Red Alliance, 323 to 236. So as we see the scores come in for Turing here, looks like most of those players are kind of in the mid range of rankings. So nobody really at the top seems to have moved much, but they're looking to maybe get an outside chance at becoming an Alliance captain as an 8th seed.
Hey, Nick, I want to ask again because I got mentioned in chat, and a good thing to bring up. How is MRC able to do the cross-platform play between both Java and Bedrock?
There's a proxy that's called Geyser MC. It's not developed by me, but you can search for it online, and it allows Bedrock players to connect to this proxy, and then it transforms every single one of the Bedrock players think that they're connected to a Bedrock server, and it transforms all of the Bedrock requests into a Java Edition request, and just allows them to communicate to each other. They act as a translator for each other.
So, Nick, in terms of people who want to play this potentially, what do they need to do to be able to play this? Because even after the event is over, you can play this at any time. The server's up all the time for anyone to just have some fun with their friends.
Yep, that is correct. MRC is playable on Java Edition and Bedrock Edition, just like it is in this tournament. And there's almost a... you can go for the world records, which are automatically moderated, and as soon as you score a world record, you instantaneously show up. Your head shows up on the leaderboard. But all you have to do is connect to the server inside of Bedrock or Java. The IP is mc.batone.io, and I believe that's sometimes displayed on the screen if you need the spelling for it. But,
yeah, it looks like somebody posted it in chat. So yeah,
Nick, I didn't even think to ask. Should this be under XRC Simulator or Minecraft for the category?
It doesn't make a big difference. You can put it under either, really. I see it's under XRC right now, but it could be under Minecraft as well.
I'm just thinking we might get some people who are in Minecraft that might be interested in seeing this.
Maybe. That would be a good idea.
I'll just switch it for now, and we'll see. We'll see on that.
Sure. So talking about this match, Turing, which we've been seeing in the background here, 3 versus 3. I think C-Strike or Stirk, or I can't remember the name, but our number 1 seed is in this match, or number 2 maybe, on the Blue Alliance, and currently in the lead by over 100 points. So looking quite good, and we'll see what they can do.
They're ranked 1 right now with a pretty definitive lead so far of a 3.8 ranking score over 3.5 for second place.
Wow, very impressive.
Last time we were talking about whether classes are changed, RoboV was on Snowball multiple times in a row before, and they look to have switched to Bow.
$462. Can they get higher than that? Looks like that's where... Oh, 477. Still not the highest. Oh, Darman was in this match for Blue Alliance as well. So actually it's the top 2 seeds of the division on the Blue Alliance. So maybe, 477, very strong score. Maybe that's, a sneak peek into what maybe one of the alliances will be for eliminations.
By the way, Brendan, I think your 520 is was pretty spot on so far because it seemed like early we might be passing that right away, but we definitely have gotten close since.
Yeah, looks like the I think it's 489. Yeah, 489 still holding strong as the highest score that we've seen so far today. 500 might be even out of reach. We'll see. Maybe during eliminations when alliances are a little bit more practiced together, know what they want to do. They might, get up a little bit there. Looks like we have the waiting room over on Tesla. Match number 29 might be a 2v3 here. Nick, do you want to just talk a little bit about maybe some of the development and the, your process, how long it took? People might be interested in that kind of thing.
Oh, sorry, I was muted when I started talking.
Yeah.
The server itself, I had to design sort of the architecture that the server that this event would be on as well, in addition to designing the game, because this event is taking place on a bungee cord / waterfall server, which means that it can automatically send players between different Minecraft servers that are actually fully isolated from each other. So they're on the same computer, but they could very well be on different computers because they're technically completely different servers. So that's how every single division has its own pits and its own competition server. So that had to be designed and planned out, in addition to writing the code for the game, obviously. The code for the game, I started in the early summer, I think. It might have been earlier than that, but I know that I finished at some point in the midsummer, early July, I think. And that was when I originally sort of announced it on r/FRC on Reddit. And
Right.
Since then I've added some things that have been suggested by people. I know that something that was suggested by people as soon as I originally created it was player contributions, the individual statistics, in which I added that within the first week, and then have continued adding things like there weren't originally classes. Then I added classes. That took a couple months to add, also because I wasn't working on it constantly, but...
Right.
And then there are
So
some
it's been
parts that are not technical at all, like creating the resource pack as well, for displaying the every single thing that's different over here, from the control panel over here looking different, to the power cells showing up as actual power cells, even to these dispensers over here showing colors on them, the boats showing up gray, the sounds being in the game as well is another thing.
Right. So the development has been pretty exciting in terms of differing upgrades over time, improving.
Oh yeah. And
over.
another thing is that since FRC is Java is one of the FRC languages, if your team uses Java and you're familiar with Java and you're fluent enough with it, then I do recommend looking into Bucket development. Bucket/Spigot/Paper. They're all synonymous with one another. Not exactly synonymous, but they're related. You can look into it. That's the platform that I created this on. So if you're interested in sort of getting into modifying Minecraft servers in a way that I did here, then I would consider researching that, because it's definitely very cool.
Yeah. Looks like we have a question from chat about connecting to the server. I'm not sure. I know the server's in a weird state right now because we are running the event. Is that maybe why a person might not be able to connect via Bedrock? Or should they be able to connect anyways?
Right now the server is sort of is in an event state, so you won't be able to actually connect to it if you didn't check into the event. Or you will be able to connect, but it will dump you into a room where there won't be really anything going on. So that's to keep everything isolated from the event that's going on. And then after the event is over later tonight, it'll go back to its permanent state.
Cool.
Where there's technically more than just MRC to do as well. I know that there's some people that love playing on the survival server that I have on there as well, but...
Yeah, so I guess the answer is then they should be able to connect right now. If you're trying, there's just not that much to do right now.
Correct, yes. Later on, once we have a sort of a break point, we can show on the stream exactly how to connect.
Yeah, exactly. You have a great informational video on how to do that and that kind of stuff. Or if you join the XRC Discord, we can also help you out there with all of our different events and platforms for playing the Infinite Recharge game in different ways.
And link in the chat, by the way, if you need a link to the XRC Discord.
So yeah, we are getting close to the end of the qualification schedule. Match number 40, I think, is the last one, so we're just over halfway through. And we see here on Turing a nice 3v3, which seems to be a little bit more rare, unfortunately, for the Tesla players. But so far, Blue Alliance looking like they have a very commanding lead here. Doing quite well. That's Speedster on the Blue Alliance, off Raindrop, and one other player doing quite well. Derpy Mimo. It's a funny name. But they're doing quite well. And the Red Alliance is going to see what they can do. A Tweak Harp and Battle. Trying to get as many points as they can. Because even if they can't win this match, maybe they can get the ranking point. Or, if everything else goes haywire, then at least get as many points as you can for that third tiebreaker. Yeah, for the time being, Nick, it does seem like the Blue Alliance looking too strong for the Red Alliance to overcome. We'll see if they can at least get the ranking point for climbing. Potential climb block here coming from the Red Alliance, trying to slow down the Blue Alliance as they get out of their boats and make their way up the vines. You're going to hit that bell, score the points for climbing, and then hop off when they've successfully done it.
Tweak
and
Harp
Blue
not
Alliance is
getting
going to get
out
it.
of the boat there, unfortunately.
Yeah, looks like Red Alliance only getting one climb off, and then a couple parks. So unfortunate for them, no ranking points for their side, but Blue Alliance able to get that. I think we've seen God Prime jump up into the top 3. I think this is their first time being up this high, so definitely been climbing the ranks. Looks like they're only 2 ranking points off of first place, so if they can manage to outperform Seastruck, maybe they can climb even higher. As we tune in with a Tesla match partially way through. We have another 3v2 on the Red Alliance. We have Stegs making some shots you can see in the lower part of your screen. A little bit of collision between the Red Alliance members, and we see the full court shots coming from that software dude on the Blue Alliance, trying to increase the Blue Alliance score even more. Looking at Tesla, looks like the other members are Hooded K13, and Akuno on the Blue Alliance. And on the Red Alliance, we also have Creepster, looks like, helping out Stags, trying to maximize their score as much as possible. 40 seconds remaining in the match. Blue Alliance has already crossed that 90 power cell threshold for getting the extra ranking point. And we'll see if they can get all 3 climbs for the ranking point for the climb RP. Red Alliance pushing the climbs really late. So is Blue Alliance. 8 seconds left. That software dude trying to go up. Maybe some climb blocking here coming from one of the Red Alliance members with 1 second. And it is going to be enough for the Blue Alliance to get the 4 ranking points. Red Alliance, unfortunately, unable to get anything. All right, Nick, what did you think of that match? Oh, he might be muted again. Looks like we are in the waiting room here. Banana Bubby, one of the stronger players that we've seen up there. LJP also high up in the ranks. Nick, do you want to briefly talk about this match?
Sure. So, we've got Zaquitarian, Banana Bubby. I know that Zaquitarian has some experience with MRC prior to today. So does Oddflex, but okay. Banana Bubby's been doing well. So is LJP. But I think, just based on the fact that the Blue Alliance has 3 robots, they're going to have the advantage since they're also not that underpowered, having some people with experience. Which is unfortunate for the Red Alliance, because they're not you know, low-performing robots. It's just that they're not going to be given an easy match with only this 3v2 lineup. It does look like we have Oddflex, but okay, going for the long crossbow shots. It looked like we had a little tie-up in the underneath the control panel, a little bit of a crash, getting stuck there for the 2 Blue Alliance partners. Zaquitarian is using the bow class, is what it looks like, because that is 5 shots, I believe, unless I miscounted. We also have a bow class for Banana Bubby. Again, these 2 Blue Alliance partners getting hung up on each other a little bit. Doesn't seem to be affecting the score all that much, at least relative to the Red Alliance, because the match isn't that close. It's not out of reach if something major happens, but it's not something that the Red Alliance can come back instantaneously in. Without a lot of effort, anyways. Oddflex, but okay, still over here doing those long shots pretty much the entire match. Interesting to see what their accuracy is. It looks like it might be mostly outers, but perhaps there are some inners that are going in that I'm not noticing. LJP going in here, mostly inners from what I saw there. Now the Blue Alliance is leading by over 100 points. Climbs coming up here, last 5 seconds in the match.
Yeah, it looks like Blue Alliance pretty handedly. 4 ranking points to 0. And some high accuracy here, high accuracy rates, but inners definitely a struggle for all the players in this match compared to some of the players we've seen.
Was noticing Odd Flex, but okay, was doing the crossbow from the back. They were getting most of them into the outer port, not the inner port, but obviously they still took that match. Just something to consider going forward, if they're going to be able to become more accurate as the day goes on, or whether they will come up against some competition that perhaps is more accurate than them.
Yeah,
we're going to take a look at the Turing field next. The Turing field has match number 29 in progress. 80 seconds left in the match, and we can tune in for that.
Looks like it's a close one too that we're jumping into. Only like a few points separating these two alliances. Is we're going to see these players try and score as much as they can with 57 seconds left.
Blue lines getting stuck on each other in the center over there, it looked like.
Yeah, definitely not
what traffic jam.
Especially when it's so close, you just want to be seeing these, smooth cycles where you're not really bumping into each other. We have some great players here. We have Jacob, Andy, and Dynamax on the Red Alliance versus Juan, Little David, and Paternal Poem on the Blue Alliance. So I actually don't even think any. Let me look at where people are. Juan is our highest ranked, which is 4th rank. Andy 682, 5th rank. So two very competitive players here in this match, and the rest of the players kind of middle of the pack players. But it is going to be the Red Alliance by 2 points, getting the 4 ranking points, and Blue going to walk away with 2 to their name. So not too bad.
Yeah, full 6 ranking point match there. The climbs were very, very last second on some from the insta climbs. It almost made me nervous to see them climb literal last second. But I guess that's where you have to. They're getting late into the event now at match 30, where they are getting used to taking advantage of every last second of shooting power cells and climbing only when time is up. You can take a look at the Turing rankings right now. C-Struck, Darman 4, the top 2, 3.8 and
1 ranking point apart.
3.6. Yeah. They both have 5 wins. They're both undefeated. We can come see Darman 4 actually competing right now on the Turing field in match number 30. And against C-Struck. So they will not be undefeated at the end of this match.
This is a huge match that we care about a lot. So who are the partners here? If we look at Turing, we see partners of C-Struck are Space Turtle and Tasmania. Space Turtle is 24th, Tasmania is 18th. And then we have Region Combe and Nerdabega, who are... Region Combe is 9th, so just outside the top 8. But Nerdabega is down in 28th, so nearly at the bottom of the table. So maybe it seems like it should be a pretty even matchup. But early on, it looks like the Red Alliance has the edge here.
C-Struck is using Snowball and really is getting lucky with these random power cell spawns. They all seem to be spawning somewhat close to him, so he doesn't have to travel very far. Dar, on the other hand, is using the Bow class, and he is most of the time shooting from inside of that rendezvous point, or very close to it anyways. He sometimes makes the cycle all the way back to the loading station, and he sometimes circles around in the center.
Yeah, for sure.
The top 2 players over there getting in a tiny bit of a traffic jam.
Yeah.
just
But
for a moment.
You definitely got to say that Seastruck's alliance is pulling away with this one, and Dartman struggling to keep pace with his alliance.
Let's see if we can count the number of cycles between the two alliances, because it looks like C is very fortunate that that the snowball is the fastest by far of shooting. But he also seems to be cycling altogether faster because of these power cell spawns happening so close to him.
Yeah.
Where Dar might be having to move around a lot in combination with the fact that he's using bow, which is slightly slower. We'll have to see in the end contributions what their differences were in contributions.
And the climbs will not make a difference. Everybody gets up. It is going to be the Red Alliance 442, still not breaking that highest score that we've seen so far of 489. But very well done to both of the alliances. 4 ranking points towards the Red Alliance, which is going to kind of solidify Seastruck's position above Darman 4, who was in second place. He might actually drop off of that. Looks like he does not quite, but is very close. Just ahead on the total points tiebreaker, but now we see Seastruck ahead by a whole 3 ranking points. So very commandingly in the first seed position, with 2 matches left for Seastruck to play. Nick, if you want to just check the chat real quick while we get our next match underway, or viewing underway, I guess.
Yep, we're gonna check in on the Tesla qualifications. They're getting close. They're a tiny bit ahead of the Turing qualifications, I believe, but they're both entering the final third or so, final quarter maybe, of the qualification bracket. Not bracket, but schedule. So
Yeah,
it's possible that alliance selection is coming up fairly soon. We can head back over to the Turing field, where we have match 31 in progress. We have Derpy Mimo on the crossbow, making those full court shots. We have Robo V on the other alliance doing snowball again. So it does look like Robo V is switching around quite a bit, switching between the bow and the power cell, the snowball class, depending on perhaps what is best for that match. We have Battle 1380 over there that's on snowball. Ashmaster down here is on bow.
Yeah, definitely going to be a close match here. It was a close match early on, but Red Alliance really starting to pull away with this a little bit. Very strong performance from the Red Alliance. Cheesy PB. Let's see where they're currently sitting. 14th. Robo V 16th. And then rounding that alliance, Mr. G-Force, who is 17th. So, wow, very close. 14, 16, and 17, all in the same alliance.
Last 40 seconds of the match. Endgame is close. Derpy Mimo still making those full court shots over here. Seeming to be pretty accurate, but not making inners the last few shots anyway, so we'll have to look at their overall statistics after the match ends. That was an inner, I heard. But looks like Battle 1380 having a little bit of trouble with those snowballs there. And then climbing far away as well.
Yeah. Very long range for sure. They make their way up to the climbs with 7 seconds left. Red Alliance still looking pretty comfortable here. not much Blue Alliance can do, and unfortunately Blue Alliance also not meeting that threshold means that they're going to only have, no ranking points actually in this case, but 4 to the Red Alliance, so strong performance from the Red Alliance. So Nick, we also have a guest commentator who is with us, Grace from 2122, the Taters, an alumni. And she's also a game announcer at different events, and is also an admin of the FRC Discord. So welcome, Grace.
Hi, thanks for having me so last minute.
No problem.
Thanks,
We're always
thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I've been super excited to see this event getting put on for sure. I play Minecraft a lot in my free time, and the rest of it spent running the Discord servers. So I'm excited to see the two things combined.
Yeah, absolutely. So, how familiar are you with the mechanics of the competition that we're running? Is there anything that we need to recap, or are you basically with how it works and that kind of stuff?
Well, I've been watching a few matches here on and off throughout the day, seeing kind of how people are running. So it looks like you've got pretty vanilla, vanilla Minecraft gameplay with the boats. They function kind of the same as boats usually function in the game. But I guess I would love to learn a little bit more about what the different classes are of the I guess players, not so much robots in this game.
Sure. Nick, do you want to take that away as the developer here?
Sure. So there are 4 classes that you have a choice of at the beginning of every single match. Every class has different pros and cons. There's the bow class and the instant climb class that both use a bow to shoot arrows into the goals. The only difference between the two is that the bow class, you can hold a maximum of 5 arrows or power cells. The insta-climb class, you can hold a maximum of 4, but the difference is that you climb instantly instead of having to climb up the vines at the end, in the end game. So that can save you quite a bit of time, up to about 10 seconds depending on how you time it. The other, I'm just switching over to the Tesla ranking since we just finished seeing a Tesla match there. But the other 2 classes, the crossbow class, which can also hold up to 5 arrows, but uses the crossbow rather than the bow, so you can make longer, more powerful, more accurate shots. And then the snowball class is going to be much quicker because snowballs can be fired almost instantaneously compared to the arrows from a bow and a crossbow. But the snowballs, you can only hold 3 of them at a time, as opposed to 4 or 5 for the other classes.
Gotcha. Yeah, seeing a lot of trade-offs between those different classes.
I'm going to go
one of the
over
things
to
that we
Tesla
saw
36. And sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're good.
So yeah, Tesla, interesting. We saw Waxton, one of our top players, finally making it up into the first seed. He's up by several ranking points now, but we're seeing some new people to the top 3, Father 8 and Slyke 62 in the top 3 for this field Tesla. I'm not sure if any of these players are playing right now. We see Stegs and Oddflex, but okay, on the Blue Alliance. On the Red Alliance, Banana Bubby, who we've seen in the top little bit, currently sitting in 12th on there, trying to score as much as they can. Interesting too that we see the different clashes. I guess we see Software Dude opting for the crossbow class, going for the super long range shots. While the entirety of the Red Alliance appears to be going either bow or snowball class. Looks like all bow, actually. And it is fairly close. So
Yeah,
on the Red Alliance, we have
Yeah, we're heading into the final 60 seconds of the match. It is the Blue Alliance that has the advantage in power cells and in points. They're getting very close, probably soon going to cross the threshold of getting the power cell ranking point.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Lucky Isabel is another member who's on the Red Alliance who is high up in the rankings previously and has fallen down a little bit, but is looking to make their way back up. Uh-oh. Looks like one of the Red Alliance members got kicked for having too many packets, so unfortunately it looks like the Red Alliance will be down a member for the last 30 seconds of the match.
That is that is very unfortunate for the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance can no longer get the climb ranking point. They did just barely secure that power cell ranking point, and with 5 seconds left in the match, there's not enough time for them to reverse this lead from the Blue Alliance. They're going to take the victory. 322 on the Red Alliance, plus 1 bonus ranking point, compared to 409 on the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance also did not get the endgame ranking point, so they'll go away with 3 ranking points.
Yeah, interesting there. They were at least able to get 1 ranking point through the power cell ranking point, which was good, but that really hindered them losing that 1 member at the end. Just looking at the chat here, we have a fan of Caitlyn, who I believe is in the Tesla division, currently sitting in 9th, so just outside that picking position, maybe able to get themselves up even more to secure that selection position where they can control their own destiny a little bit more.
Now, looking at those rankings, you can really see the importance of having those extra ranking points, and you see that in regular FRC as well. And having that team member log out or get kicked right at the last moment, probably not a great feeling for that team right now.
Yeah, you really got a feel for them, but unfortunately, sometimes that does happen, and even in real FRC, sometimes your robot breaks down at the last second, just when you needed it to work. And it's all about coming through that adversity, despite those issues.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the rankings of both divisions. So Tesla, Waxton, Father 8, and Slike62, is that how you pronounce that? And the top 3 over here.
Yeah,
we can go to the Turing division rankings. We have C-Struck, Darman, and J-Lay Tendre. I'm also not sure how to pronounce that, unfortunately.
Things
and we just had a match on Turing entered. It was a 6 ranking point match. The Red Alliance took that match. I believe that the Red Alliance in that match was
Red Alliance.
It was Super MC 123, Darman 4, Tasmania 40, taking the Unicorn 4 ranking points against the 2 ranking points going to that Blue Alliance.
Yeah, and Dark Z was one of our players who was also up there for a while on the Blue Alliance, so unfortunate for Dark Z, but they're still performing quite well. C-Struck, number 1 seed, against Andy, who I believe is pretty high up there as well. Yeah, 4th currently is Andy. So 2 high-performing players on opposite ends of the field this time. We're going to see what ends up happening. As some of these players are, this is their 7th match, so second last match of qualifications. They got to, finish it out with a bang to try and maximize their ranking score. Yeah, we've seen C-Struck actually be one of our very, fairly rare Snowball class mains. Basically been exclusively playing Snowball class, getting that rapid fire, smaller kind of holding ability, but, keeping the speed up, trying to score as many points, and it's been working well for C-Struck so far.
Yeah, reducing those cycle times, looks like he's also trying to pick up kind of the loose power cells on the field to also reduce that time.
Yeah, definitely. And we see over on the Blue Alliance, looks like all of them are opting for the boat class or the Instaclimb class. and they're just trying to cycle as quickly as possible, but it's very close here. Like around 10 points separating these alliances at a time, but lots of traffic jam here in the corner for the Blue Alliance. That's really going to slow them down. Might be causing issues. Eternal Poem trying to make long-range shots, but you can't really do that with the bow class.
Yeah,
And
that is one thing about... Oh, go for it.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, that's one thing about using the boat mechanics is that they can be a little tricky to steer. Turning is very slow. You've kind of got some big drift, too.
Yeah, it seems like that confusion in the corner from the Blue Alliance gave Red Alliance a little bit more of a comfortable lead here. And they're starting to pull away a little bit. Once again, C-Struck on the Red Alliance, our current #1 seed. So maintaining the challenge potentially against from Andy 682, who's our 4th seed, unless something goes terribly wrong in the climb portion of the game. 2 seconds left, trying to get off. And yeah, it is going to be the Red Alliance pulling it out. And Blue Alliance missing the climb end game there, 55 only, so 1 ranking point going towards them.
The MVP of that match is Mr. Blue Soda, scoring 167 with 97% accuracy, 73% inners.
That's pretty crazy. Mr. Blue Soda actually jumps up into 4th off of that. So he was a little bit lower down for the majority of today, but has climbed into a top 4 position and is really showing their abilities. So Nick, with or Grace, either of you, with kind of qualifications kind of starting to wrap up, what do you think is going through some of these players' minds who are looking for picks? What kind of attributes do you think are going to be successful for some of these players?
You know, I think it's going to be very interesting to watch the alliance selection. I have no clue what the alliance selection is going to look like. It's going to be happening inside of Minecraft, which is obviously nothing that we're familiar with running an alliance selection in Minecraft so far. But so I don't have any experience on what it could look like. A lot of these players also have never done a simulator event before. They've never had to do come up with the alliance selection all on their own before as well, right? Because when you're an FRC team, at least, usually you have an entire scouting team to back you up and help you make that choice. I don't know what your thoughts are, Grace.
Yeah, well, just thinking about it, one big kind of differentiator in this from what you might see in real life is that teams can change what their strategy is. I mean, when in real life, you can't rebuild a robot in 20 minutes. But here you can just choose a different class, and so I think that might have an effect on how people are picked as well. But I would definitely be looking, and I think it's the same in real life, for consistency. Players that regularly score well, have a good accuracy. Because it's one thing to have a great match and score a ton, but then tank later. But it's a different thing if you have a reliable teammate.
Right, exactly. Looks like we're jumping into a match midway through here. Tesla, match number 38, or almost to the end here. And it's a very close match here, 294 to 279 with 30 seconds left. Definitely anybody's game. We see double long-range shots here from the Red Alliance, which is not a strategy we've seen before from Waxton and Nitsua, who are aiming to get the win. Waxton, I believe, is our current #1 seed, so he is in danger of potentially losing it if Blue Alliance can pull off the upset here. But looks like they're all going for their climbs. Aquatarian gets it.
Blue pulled the lead.
Blue gets it at the very end. 5-point gap, and that's going to cause some issues for Waxton.
Yeah, Waxton did not climb there. He missed the climb.
So not only does he lose the match because of that, there's also a missed ranking point opportunity there. And actually, that still has him in first place. And that was his final match also. So looks like he is actually locked in first place. Nobody else is close enough to take it away from him. Slyke and LJP both sitting at 18 ranking points. Of course, the most they could get is 4, which would sit them at 22 if they got a perfect match. So Waxen securing first position despite losing that last match.
Yeah, that match really showed the importance of timing. You got to balance, trying to get the score up to win, but those climbs are worth enough points that really matters in the end.
Yeah, definitely. So this is over on Turing, where we have RoboV, Off Raindrop, and Battle 1380 versus God Prime, Tasmania, and Cheesy PB.
So we've got God Prime as our ranked player on the Turing field.
Yeah.
But Tasmania is not far behind in 10th either.
Yeah, off Raindrop is sitting in 9th as well. Cheesy PB 12th, RoboV 13th. So all of these players with one match to go, trying to just edge themselves into that top 8 for a picking position. Looks like we're getting started here. Nick, what have you noticed about the autonomous strategies from these players?
Whoa! As soon as you said that, I saw RoboV shoot some snowballs in a way that probably would have been a penalty if this was real life FRC. He says that he glitched out and he's unable to move right now. And he just manually left the game.
Oh no. So this is going to be a huge problem there for the Red Alliance, now playing 2 versus 3, because I do not believe that they can reconnect after disconnecting.
That is correct. So it's going to be definitely an uphill battle for that Red Alliance, which is off to a... they're almost half of the score of the Blue Alliance already, and they're not going to have an easy time catching up with the deficit.
Yeah, of course, Red Alliance still has to do as much as they can, right? Even though they are playing 2 versus 3, if they can get the Power Cell ranking point, that would be great. And scoring as many points for that extra tiebreaker as well.
Now we just see Blue doing kind of a smooth cycle, round going back and picking up maybe missed shots, not really interfering with the other alliance as much. I haven't seen a ton of defense necessarily. Sometimes your own team is your worst enemy in this case.
Yeah, definitely that is a good point. We haven't seen a whole lot of defense so far at this event. Really, the only defense that we've seen is at the end trying to prevent climbs, where an insta-climb player tries to block a non-insta-climb player from getting up the vines in the last few seconds of the match.
About 30 seconds left. Vines are coming
definitely
down.
running away with this. Blue Alliance has crossed the 90 ball threshold for power cells. Red Alliance looking like it's just out of reach. Still going to go for the climbs to make sure that they secure as many points as they can.
We have one climb on red. Blue's still shooting, but we've got someone going up for that climb.
Yeah, we'll see if they have insta climbs. God Prime looks like he doesn't have it. He's trying to make it up, but does not make it. Oh no, he does, I guess. 75 points. Maybe just climbing for the fun of it.
Yeah, that's what I would guess, is that he climbed even though we had insta climb, but very unfortunate we see here RoboV 0 points because they disconnected at the beginning of the match. Definitely unfortunate for that Red Alliance.
Yeah, MVP of the match, Off Raindrop. He was on the Red Alliance. Wasn't able to win, of course, because it was a 2v3 and was not able to overcome that, but still a really good performance, and hopefully some of the competitors that are scouting are going to be looking at that and saying, hey, Off Raindrop maybe had a bad match, but they're still a strong player.
Yeah, I would be interested in seeing what some of the competitors are doing for scouting. Maybe watching the stream while they're not competing, talking to other players. It looks like we have on the Discord side here. We've got a big group of players talking to each other in the event lobby. So I'm sure there's some heated discussion down there.
Yeah, definitely talking about their abilities and what they feel comfortable with, who they would like to play with.
I've got some unfortunate news from the Tesla division that we're going to check in on right now, is that we have a 2v0 right now going on Tesla.
Oh, man.
Oh, no!
Well,
This match just started, and it looks like nobody on the Blue Alliance was connected to the server, and one person on the Red Alliance is not connected. So this is just going to be Red Alliance seeing if they can get any of the bonus ranking points, basically. Or if they can get the Power Cell ranking point, because they can't get the Climb one.
Interesting that none of them went for like the crossbows. Well, actually, no, that wouldn't even work because nobody's scoring for blue.
Yeah, so that loading station has 5 Power Cells in it, and it will never fill back up.
Yeah.
Unless someone on red, for some reason, decides that they want to score on the blue power port, but that would not be a good strategy.
Yeah.
So let's go take a look at how many matches we have. This does look to be the last match on the Tesla division qualifications. So this will the Red Alliance will likely win unless something really crazy happens. And then how many matches do we have left? We have 4 matches left on the Turing qualifications. So we can check in with the rankings. It looks like we have someone in the question box. Brandon, I don't know if you want to go check in on the person that's in the question box.
Yeah, can we go see what's going on? I think it was the glitched player from that last match. Just gonna go hear what's going on.
Yeah, someone connecting to the conversation we were having before this unfortunate match here. Someone in chat, one of our players, just said they're watching stream while not playing, which that's probably what I would do if I were a player in this tournament.
Yeah, so I'm just very interested as to what's going to happen, because we're going to see our first alliance selection right as soon as this Tesla match ends. So we're probably going to have a few minutes break for the players on Tesla, as well as to get their thoughts together to see what they're going to do. I'm gonna answer a question really quickly in the chat. So far we haven't seen any server problems for the entire event on the official competition server. There were some server problems on the practice server, but the practice server is not a priority for us, so it should not affect the competition at all if the practice server is having problems. There aren't any issues that we know of on the competition server. Any issues that showed up, whether that's disconnects or coming out of the boat, that is on the client's side, and we can't do anything on the server side.
Welcome, Brennan, back from the question box.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, so that was just debugging some of the potential weird issues. Looks like the player was unable to spawn in the boat right away, and then that caused them to disconnect. But unfortunately, not a whole lot we can do about that. That seems to be a very rare occurrence.
So we do have the final rankings of this Tesla division. Make this a little bit bigger. And this Tesla division, we have ranking first Waxton with a ranking score of 3.0, 6-2 record. Congratulations to Waxton for ranking first in the Tesla division. We have Slyke62, Pineapple 291, North Jelly, and That Software Dude rounding out your top 5. Actually, I'll read up to 8th. Father 8, Hooded K13, and LJP will be your top 8, your initial alliance captains. Obviously, this is going to be an alliance selection of since we do have
See, the alliance selection is happening in Minecraft, and the Cure/FTA of the thing will be starting it basically right away. So make sure you guys, if you are in the Tesla division, to check that out, and then we'll come back as a stream to see what kind of alliances were formed. But one thing I wanted to point out is LJP was up high, like top 3 for most of the day, but looks like fell down at the very end to 8th. So a little bit unfortunate for them. So any thoughts on who Waxon might want to select here, Nick, as you've been seeing a lot of matches here? Don't know if you might be
so I'm not completely sure, because there are some people, I know that Tesla had a lot of problems with people not showing up, so possibly it could go surprisingly not in the order of the rankings more than it typically does at events, because there are some people that got a little bit more messed up than usual because they were with partners that were not present. So we could see some picking from down low in the list potentially.
Are we running this as a traditional Serpentine draft?
It is.
It's going to be the Snake Serpentine draft. I believe that we're doing 8 alliances unless there's something
Tesla
different.
doesn't have enough people. Yeah, I don't know.
I believe that there are enough people from what I can see on here that we have at least 24, but I'm not. We'll have to make a final decision soon.
Yeah, that could spell some trouble for our higher ranked players, especially with a smaller field. If there are enough people missing, you may have slim pickings for your second or for your third partner.
Yeah, definitely. And it'll be up to the first 2 players to really carry it. All right, Nick, do we want to check in with how Turing's doing?
Yep, I'm going to check in with Turing right now. Before we head over to the Turing field, we'll just take a quick look at the rankings. We still have C-Struck, Darman, and God Prime in your top 3. And now let's see what's going on in progress right now. We're getting ready for another match, is what it looks like, because there is no active match. It's going to be match 39 coming up. It looks like match 38 just concluded.
Yeah.
So that rankings shifted a tiny bit up at the top. Is the same, but outside of the top 3 is different. We can head over to the server right now, where we see the first 2 players on the Blue Alliance popping in, and the entire Red Alliance shows up. Not sure if there's
this
going to be...
is the second last match number 39 of the Turing division. Mr. Blue Soda, Dark Z, and Nerdabega versus Tweekarp1 and Ashmaster. So it looks like Ashmaster is the current missing player for the Blue Alliance. Hopefully they will be there.
We have Blue Soda, are currently ranked number 4 player on that Red Alliance. Hopefully Blue isn't playing a player down. I don't see anyone in the lobby by that name, but we shall see.
Yeah, definitely going to be unfortunate if they can't do it. Looks like the Cure saying Ashmaster is nowhere to be seen. So, looks like they will be playing 1 player down. It's rather unfortunate, but Juan was up there. He's currently 12th in the ranking, so definitely a fairly strong player. Maybe they can win anyways, despite the deficit.
It does not look like Ashmaster is connected to the server right now, which is unfortunate. Because it does mean that if they don't connect right away, that it will be a 3v2. Definitely not something that is fortunate for that Blue Alliance as they get to the end of their qualification matches.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like some of the players had to leave early, and as a result, you were unable to do anything.
And we have
looks like we
Red
might have
Alliance
a
player
issue here.
that's outside of
That
their
might
boat
actually
and
make
looking
it
around.
might make it even, actually.
Yeah,
here.
so that
Blue
might-
Alliance versus Red Alliance. Jeez.
Saying that it glitched.
Uh-oh. Shift. There we go. He's back in the game.
Yay!
So back to a 3v2. And despite it being a 2v2, Red Alliance is very far ahead. Almost over 50 points going ahead here. So we'll see what they can do.
We've
Yeah,
got
it
on
seems
the
like Blue's. Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say Blue's taking advantage of the red team's scoring so much and just kind of camping out and doing full court shots.
Long range shots, yeah, definitely.
Yep, exactly. And I think maybe it's Mr. Blue Soda and Dark Z that both have a lot of scoring power that even when their alliance partner, Nerda, was not able to move, obviously, they were still able to capitalize on that scoring power and get that heavy lead that we still see right now.
Yeah, Mr. Blue Soda currently sitting in 4th. If they want to get the 3rd position, they're going to need a 4 ranking point match to pass who's currently 3rd, which is God Prime. So it really comes down to the very end here, whether or not they can get all those ranking points. And right now they're a bit short of that power cell that they need. They need the 90, and they're currently sitting at 80 now.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get in those last few, but
yeah, it's going to be really close, especially with the climbs at the end. Going to be a bit difficult. 14 seconds left. Still several more power cells to be scored.
Oh,
They are
just
so
it's
a
really
couple
close.
short.
close.
88.
Oh, they're too short.
And I don't know if they're going to be able to climb in time either.
Oh,
They weren't
they
able
didn't
to
get
climb in time either.
So it's only 2 ranking points for the Red Alliance. That is rather unfortunate. They were so close, so focused on that power cell ranking point that they pushed the climbs a little bit too late. But I mean, they still get the win. We'll see if that affects anything. I think Mr. Blue Soda will still be in 4th place for the time being. Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody can catch Mr. Blue Soda. And then we have one more match left in Turing, which is going to be an exciting one with Seastruck. He needs to get at least, well, two ranking points will secure him 1st place. So a win or both a ranking point bonus would be ideal, but 1st place is not locked in, as Darman could potentially get ahead there, and even God Prime can overtake Seastruck if there's a particularly terrible match.
We do have alliance selection is in progress on Tesla, just FYI. It is interesting to watch because some people are playing some practice matches at the same time as the alliance selection is going on.
Yeah, we can check in there. I don't think we have a view for it, but I will say that Waxton, our #1 seed, picked That Software Dude. Slike62 picked LJP, and Pineapple291 picked Father 8. So our first 3 alliances have made at least one pick. And now it's up to North Jelly to figure out who they want to take.
So I'm going to tune in to the final match on the Turing field, which is in progress right now. It just started. You can catch that and hopefully tune in for both alliance selections after this match is over. We have Super MC, Paternal Poem, and Space Turtle on Blue Alliance. And then on the Red Alliance, it looks like we have Little David, Decaf, and Seastruck.
Yeah, so once again, first seed implications here for Seastruck. He needs to get at least 2 ranking points to guarantee the first position. He can get 1 if he scores enough points. But right now, you got to say Seastruck Alliance definitely not doing as well as they would like here. Down over 50 points. Red Alliance with some work to do. This is the POV of Seastruck, is it, Nick?
Yes, this is the POV of Seastruck that we're watching right now.
And wow, not the snowball class, interestingly enough. We've seen Seastruck be almost a snowball class main, but transitioning to what I think is just the bow class or the insta-climb class, one of the two. And there's definitely a lot of work to do. As it's over 100 points, it's quickly swinging out of range here. Looking to get those 2 ranking points. Still 20 more power cells about to score. Actually, just a little bit over.
Yeah, Blue has secured that ranking point and the lead.
Yeah.
So far.
Blue looking very strong. Players are looking for the climbs. Trying to get that extra shots in, but at this point, Red Alliance definitely is not going to be able to get the power cell bonus point. But will they be able to get the end game? They do. So it is going to go down to the wire in terms of who's going to be first seed between Darman and Seastruck. And we'll see if Seastruck scored enough, or whether or not Darman will overtake in the last match. So they're just confirming those final scores.
Okay, those scores are confirmed. So now it looks like Darman 4
Yeah.
will take the number 1 seed on the Turing division, followed by Seastruck, God Prime, Mr. Blue Soda, Andy682, J-Lay Tendre, Tasmania, and Codster 130, rounding out the top 8.
All right, so we do see the alliance selections underway for Tesla, still going. North Jelly was able to select Banana Bubby. We'll hopefully get a view for you in just a second, as maybe Nick, you can set that one up for the alliance selections, just so we can follow along with who everybody is selecting.
Yep, that is coming in a moment.
But while we work on that, we're waiting for Hooded K13, who is the 5th Alliance captain over in the Tesla field, to make their selection. Lots of great options available.
So I remember, sorry about that. When I was tuning in earlier, you were talking with Tyler a little bit about how you guys have both Java Edition and Bedrock Edition players. I guess, Nick, if you're not too busy, do you want to shine some light on kind of some of the challenges associated with putting that together, or how it's been working out so far?
So, this is running natively on Java Edition, and Bedrock Edition players are not running it natively. They're running it through like a proxy that's basically translating all of the code into Bedrock Edition for the players that are playing on there. So I initially thought that it would run at a much more considerable disadvantage to Bedrock players, but so far it looks like it hasn't been as much of a disadvantage as I originally thought. I mean, there's definitely some glitches that we've seen in terms of the Bedrock players having a hard time with some things, but they also have an advantage with climbing, since they seem to climb a little bit faster. So it seems to almost balance out more than I was expecting, and it's overall more reliable than I was expecting, I guess.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that actually it was available to both editions. I haven't seen, maybe I just don't look in the right places, but I haven't seen a lot of servers that are capable of doing that. So I think that's awesome to be that inclusive to the whole player base.
Yep, is definitely very interesting because we could boost the players that could participate in this, because players that are on console or mobile or don't necessarily own the Java Edition version, or don't have a PC that's capable of running it, or any of these other things, they can all still participate. So up on the screen we have the Tesla Division Alliance selection. I'm working on getting the Turing Division Alliance selection for you. You can see that Alliance number 1 did invite Waxton. Waxton was the number 1 seed. I'm sorry, he invited that software dude. Sorry, I misspoke. And on the number 2 alliance, we had Slike62, who invited LJP. Pineapple291 invited Father 8. North Jelly invited Banana Bubby. Hooded K13 invited Lucky Isabel. And Oddflex But Okay is making a selection right now. And this just in, we will not have an 8th alliance for the Tesla Division. So that means that the number 1 alliance has an added benefit of getting a bye in the first round of quarterfinals. They will not compete in the quarterfinals, and they would advance straight to the semifinals.
Yeah, and just so that everybody's aware, that's due to the players that unfortunately had to drop from the Tesla division. So we didn't have the full number of players who would want to have a division running, or full 8 alliances. But yeah, it looks like they made Oddflex But Okay made a pick. It's B-Wash who got accepted, and it's Akuno who's going to be the Alliance number 7 captain. Over on Turing, looks like they have not started yet, but we are just waiting on Darman 4's first selection. Darman is the first choice. Lucky Isabel fan in the chat over on the 5th alliance with Hooded K13. And it is Caitlin selected for the 7th alliance, going to round out the first wave of picking. We're going to go to the 7th alliance again with Akuno and Caitlin. So we await their next selection. Lots of other fantastic players still available.
Looks like we've got a comment in the chat saying that they're going to start the Turing Alliance selection after Tesla finishes.
Okay.
So we can keep our attention on the Tesla division, I suppose.
Perfect. So Kuno and Caitlin with some options to choose. The highest ranked player is Nitsua, who I know is a good long range crossbow class player. And it's going to be Zaquitarian, actually, who is a veteran to the XRC scene. He's been around quite a while, has a lot of experience working with alliances.
Yeah, they've actually been posting OPR rankings here on the Discord server. It's been fun to see.
Wow. There you go. So doing some advanced scouting methods there. So we move to the 6th Alliance, Oddflex, but okay, and B-Wash, looking to round out their alliance. Still waiting on their selection.
Yeah, sometimes those second picks can take quite a bit of thought, even more than the first picks, especially with a narrow field. I mean, at least from my experience in FRC itself. I
Yeah,
imagine
definitely.
they're weighing their options carefully and hoping to find a good teammate who will be reliable and balance the alliance well.
Yeah, it's definitely about finding that diamond in the rough, the player that everybody else missed. Big difference maker. Nick, we have a question from chat. Do you know what song is playing on stream right now?
What song is playing on stream? I can answer that. That is, we're listening to chiptune music. This is Absoluta by Popsky on the album Showtime 4.
There we go.
Listening to royalty-free chiptune music.
I'm not sure if you guys have announced already, but we do have that next second pick coming in from the number 6 Alliance.
Oh, yeah.
Nitsua Gamer, Bedrock, and number 5 Alliance also.
Wow.
QP
5
below.
Alliance knew exactly who they wanted. They had their mind made up, and they picked convincingly. But yeah, Nitsua going to round out Alliance number 6, while QP Blake rounding out Alliance number 5. So 5 more selections to be made for the Tesla division. And it's a late kitten 4897. Gonna round out the 4th Alliance. I don't remember a lot about a late kitten. Do you happen to remember much, Nick, there? How they were playing?
The name does sound familiar. I don't remember a super lot of details, but I can check their rankings. Elate Kitten is ranked 18th, so definitely one of the higher ranking remaining players, I believe, from what it looks like. I think, is that list of players in order of ranking? I can't find where they are.
I think it is.
They were the second highest rank remaining, that is behind Creepster 16. They had a ranking score of 1.8, and a total. They had a record of 4-4.
Just in too, Turing has made their first selection. Darman made his first pick. Space Turtle is who they're going with, not Seastruck, which is interesting because Seastruck was, battling it out with Darman pretty much the entire way through qualifications.
Wow,
but
yeah, that is definitely
Darman looking
a
for
big
something
surprise
else.
to me. Taking
Yeah.
really far down in the list relative to how many strong scorers there are that I know that Darman is also familiar with, and I don't think that he was familiar with Space Turtle until today. So that's definitely an interesting pick there.
Oh, another lower down pick here, Codster 130. He's just on the outskirts of the top 8. Actually, literally sitting in 8th place. Going to be invited to the second alliance. So, definitely some deep picking here for Turing early on, at least.
But one thing that may kind of illuminate that decision is looking at the OPR list provided to us by Zacatarian. Both Codster and Space Turtle are number 2 and number 3 respectively. So I know some teams that do pick by OPR, and I'm sure there are other factors that weighed into those decisions, but looks like they may have had a tough schedule but performed well despite that.
Yeah, definitely. Over on the other field, Nick, we've had another pick for Tesla. Creepster 16 is going to round out the third alliance. We have 2 more picks left. One for Slike 62 and LJP, who are currently on the clock. Plenty of options left. We'll see what they go with to round out their alliance of the number 2 seed. And number 1 seed is going to have, there we go, Alan Malu. There you go. So that was the highest ranked available player, it looks like. And they are going to be rounding out the second alliance. God Prime looks like they may have made a selection. Cheesy PB. So once again, not really following the rankings here, which is, I guess not that surprising. But Cheesy PB was definitely up in the top 8 for a long period of time. Just finished qualifications as 9th position.
Over on the Tesla division, it looks like we have our final pick made by that number 1 alliance.
Yeah. Looks like it is going to be Stegs 85, if you want to transition over, Nick, rounding out that alliance. Stegs has done a few of her events and actually was very successful. So both those players, Waxton and that software dude, have done multiple events. So maybe kind of drawing based off of the past event performance of Stegs, even though maybe not the strongest MRC player, you know that you can work well with a player that has had previous success like that.
That's something you'll see in alliance selection, even in FRC itself, is picking someone because you have good chemistry with that team. Maybe you've played before, or you've just talked to them in the pits a lot. that can be really valuable, especially if they've been reliable as a robot as well.
Yeah, definitely. So with Tesla finished, we should hop over to Turing and see where they're at, as they're the only one going. And it looks like Mr. Blue Soda has picked off Raindrop 13. And for those of you who don't know, off Raindrop 13 is a very experienced player, also in our community, well known for winning events in the robot simulator side of things. But pairing up with Mr. Blue Soda on the Fourth Alliance to see what they can do as a group, as Andy 682 for the Fifth Alliance is on the clock.
Real quick selection there from Andy 682, picking Jacob 01.
Yeah, definitely a solid selection there, and they're going to contest Mr. Blue Soda and off Raindrop 13 in the quarterfinals, as Jay Latondre is Sixth Alliance captain position, and we'll see who they select. Dark Z potentially an option. They were a very strong competitor that was up in the top 4 for a long period of the qualifications. Maybe that is a selection that they want to go with. Or maybe going a little bit deeper to some of the other players that we've seen perform well, like Robo V has been quite good. Speedster, we've also seen win some critical matchups. Super MC 123. And it's actually going to be Mr. G-Force. Oh, maybe not. Fake, just the fake out. We'll see. Still waiting on their selection. All right, looks like a pick might be coming in. He back, though. I don't think that's an actual pick. Oh, my. Mr. G-Force. There we go. So maybe the selection was Mr. G-Force. Oh. Okay. 24. What is going on?
Actually, Mr. G-Force.
Okay, I think it's Mr. G-Force. I think what might have happened there is Mr. G-Force was AFK when they were selected. So maybe they were just waiting on the acceptance.
Yeah, it appears to be the case looking in our Discord server here. Mr. G-Force was getting tagged to be on the server.
Respond. Please respond. We'd like to pick you.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, it does happen. So we do have Tasmania 40, who's looking to make a selection now for the 7th Alliance.
Someone in the Discord server also generated OPRs for the Turing division. I don't know if there's also OPRs for the Tesla division. Yes, there are. There's OPRs for both. So I'll read those off. That software dude, Waxton, and Slyke62 on the Tesla division are your top 3 in OPR, and on Turing, it's Darman 4, Codster 130, and Space Turtle that are the top 3 OPRs.
Wow. So in the meantime, we've had Speedster JZ picked by Tasmania for the 7th Alliance. And then Dark Z is going to be the 8th Alliance captain. And we'll see what they choose for their first Alliance member. Apparently, I'm hearing from the Twitch chat that his internet died and he had to log back into the server. That's why Mr. G-Force was taking a little bit. But no problem. So now we just wait for Dark Z to make their selection. Of course, it's definitely a hard problem to solve, especially if you're new to the process of alliance selections and generating your own list and making sure that you find a partner that you want to be with. It can definitely be a challenge for these players who are new to this to figure out exactly what they want in a partner. Oh, looks like we do have a selection. Regent Comb 82413. It's the selection. And we will swing it right back at Dark Z and Regent Comb. See who they want for their final partner.
Yeah, these players are having to make quick decisions for who they want to partner with. Sometimes, especially at bigger events, teams get the chance to actually have an all-team meeting and spend hours debating who's the best pick or what the kind of contingency plans are here. But I mean, the rankings were finalized about 20 minutes ago, so there's not much time to evaluate options.
Yeah, definitely. It's a challenge to do it all in one day for even a full team of people, but with just one person running everything, that's just adding on to the challenge of finding the right partner for your alliance. So in the meantime, Nick, maybe we want to play the MRC trailer just so that anybody who's interested can kind of get a overview of the game and how to connect and play the game if they want to do so. while we have a bit
Sure,
of a lull
yep.
here, waiting for this
So we'll
last
be
pick?
playing the MRC trailer, but with music that usually doesn't go with it, just to let you know, because the music that does go with it is copyrighted. So you can watch the video with the original music on YouTube, and we'll post that link to the chat in a minute. But here is the video with some copyright-free music that doesn't exactly go with it. But it does go over a little bit of the mechanics over here, like this crossbow class, which is accurate and powerful, as we've been showing off a lot. The only class that's capable of making full court shots. The snowball class, the fastest and quickest way to shoot in MRC, but you can only hold 3 at a time, and it's more difficult to aim. And then the bow class, probably the most popular class because of its versatility and simplicity. And that's the trailer. I'll transition back over. It looks like we've had 2 picks on the third row. The 2 of the third robot picks. We have Derpy Mimo and Super MC123 being picked for the 8th and 7th Alliance, respectively.
Yeah, definitely. Both of those players have definitely had strong performances on individual matches, but maybe haven't had the consistency that some of the other players above them have had. So they're definitely dangerous. If they can, all be on top of things, they could maybe upset some of these higher seeds in the quarterfinals. So I did post the link to that video if you guys are curious to the MRC trailer. You can see all the video, music, and links associated with that in Twitch chat.
And since we are waiting for a little bit on the on this Turing division to finish up the Alliance selection, we can watch the XRC Simulator trailer that Brennan has graciously created. So if you're not familiar with XRC Simulator and you're joining the MRC stream for one of our first streams, XRC Simulator is a more accurate, more realistic, although it's still not the most realistic, right, Brennan? I don't know how you would put it.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a lot more
realistic, though.
Yeah, it's a lot more realistic than Minecraft, and it's a lot more it's a lot closer to the actual game of Infinite Recharge, and it also has your selection of the Vex Robotics Competition game Change-Up, the FTC game, which is brand new, which was announced just a couple months ago. What is it called? I forgot the name of it.
FTC game? Or
yes.
Yeah.
Ultimate Goal.
Ultimate Goal, yep. And
a bunch of previous FTC games, including Skystone and all the ones that came before it, Rover Ruckus, etc. It's downloadable for free. xrcsimulator.org, xrcsimulator.org, and we have a little trailer of some of the Infinite Recharge content of XRC Simulator as a part of the second robotics competition that we run. Again, this trailer is usually with music, but we can't play the music because of copyright reasons. But do be sure to check out xrcsimulator.org. to download the XRC simulator if you're interested in, if you liked MRC and you're interested in more robotic sim action.
Yep, and this one's not currently on YouTube, but it will be after this this event. We'll put it up on YouTube, but there's a bunch of great videos out there already that you can kind of see all the different action. So yeah, as you can see, the field is more looks like the field does in real life. And there are 3 different kinds of robots that you can play. 2 of them are based off of real-life robots. So from Team 125, the Neutrons, and from Team 2481, the Robotiers. Both of them have robots in this game that are basically based off of their real-life robots. So if you ever wanted to play a robot with a giant bicycle wheel that can do full-court shooting, well, you can do it in this game.
I've gone ahead and put the link to that website to xrcsimulator.org in chat for those of you watching. Definitely encourage you all to check it out. I know I will after this. I'm relatively new to this community, but it's been really fun to see this program develop over the last few months.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll be having an announcement on future events, sometime in the next week or so. So we have some great stuff planned for you, which will be announced soon, and you'll get to compete in a bunch of different types of events. We have some big things planned that we're really excited to share with everybody soon. So yeah, that's the trailer, and as I mentioned, we're gonna have things fully announced soon. But I will say that we have a rookie event coming up for exclusively designed for rookies, where we're gonna have some of the older players helping coach some of the new players, some of the ropes on January 2nd. So that's 2 weeks from now, where we're going to have it's a great time to jump into things and play with a whole bunch of players that are at your skill level and new to the game, and you get to play essentially this, except the same thing as MRC, except just with a different simulator. So it's really really fun and exciting. So in the meantime, I think we've had a few selections here. I can't remember if we covered this, but Juan got picked by the 6th seed Robo V, in the 5th seed Paternal Poem, 4th seed, and Ducky Natalie as the 3rd seed. So we have 2 more selections remaining. Seastruck Codster, very strong alliance, and Darman Space Turtle. So it looks like a pick was made, I'm hearing, but the person who was picked may have been AFK. Oh, it's going to be Crash, my car. Rounding out the second alliance. And so we have one more selection to be made.
And just, I guess for clarification, are we using a backup bot system here, or is it just if you're picked, you play, if you aren't, too bad?
That's a good question, Nick.
Yes, there is no backup bot system. It's just going to be these 3 player alliances, because unfortunately it's a little bit too complicated to switch picks, to switch robots that are queued for the field, unfortunately. So I don't think we're going to be able to do backup robots in the event that something happens. So you're going to have to, that's another thing that people might have to scout, since it's fully online. I guess they have to make sure that their players that they're picking are reliable and are actually going to show up for their matches. So if you pick someone that is known to miss multiple matches, then that might be unfortunate.
Yeah. Looks like the pick is made, though. Dynamax 0112. He's going to round out the number 1 seed. So with that, that concludes all of our alliance selections. So thank you to everybody who's been playing so far. And if you didn't make it, hopefully you guys stick around and cheer on your friends or people that you enjoyed playing with, because it's going to be a crazy ride here as people start to get eliminated as we hop into the elimination section of this competition.
And we're going to be starting the Tesla first qualification matches in just one moment. We might be changing the music depending on what you all think. I know that we had a playlist planned of Minecraft note block music. I don't know if the two of you think that's I don't know what
Sure
you all think. Okay.
Give it a try and see.
Okay.
So yeah, we're going to get matches started as soon as possible, so be ready for that.
It looks like Turing will also be scheduled to resume at 4:50. Oh, sorry, I'm translating to my own time zone. 6:15 Eastern, 3:15 Pacific.
So that's 15 minutes away.
Yep.
Okay, so this is going to be the first match on Turing right here, and we are all set to get the match started.
Tesla, you mean? Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did mean Tesla, yes. So this is quarterfinals are officially underway.
This is 4v5, I think, right?
Yes. It appears to be, according to the...
Yeah, so because the number 1 seed, there's only 7 alliances, number 1 seed gets an automatic bye into the semifinals. This is going to be 4 versus 5, and the winner of this will be playing against the number 1 seed. So interesting that we're seeing some more convergence in terms of strategic values here. Both alliances opting for a long-range crossbow shooter to go the full distance and to try and keep those shots going off, and it's going to really matter their accuracy here with how well they can make it into that inner port for that extra point each time they shoot. So Red Alliance tentatively looking like they're the favorite. Only a couple points ahead, though. And remember, this is 4 versus 5, so it is going to be pretty close in terms of performance. You would normally say that these alliances are pretty evenly matched up.
Yeah, very close score that we're seeing. Both teams are... It's like kind of sticking to their own side of the field so far. Not a ton of defense that we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely not. We see some unfortunate spawns for the Red Alliance with North Jelly on the Red Alliance, the Alliance captain of the 4 seed, cruising through, trying to pick up as many of those power cells as they can, looking for those spawns. And Blue Alliance is actually taking the lead now by a couple points as we head into the final 30 seconds. It's only a 1 point gap here now. So it's really close between these two alliances, neck and neck. We'll wonder if we'll see a high score here. It looks like they're a little bit lower than what our high score has been, which is 489. The other thing I want to point out here is the power cell count for the Blue Alliance is significantly higher than the Red Alliance, but the Red Alliance was keeping in it because of the accuracy in the inner core, it looks like. But it is going to be the Blue Alliance taking this one 386 to 372, and that's going to put them up 1-0 in the series. Going to put the pressure on the number 4 seed to come back, but that was definitely a close one. Could have gone either way. What are your thoughts on that, Nick or Grace?
Well, it was a very, very close match that we saw there on the field. That's usually, like you said earlier, what you expect to see with the number 4 and the number 5 alliance. Really trying to figure out that timing. I think that's key of when to stop going for the power cells and when to start the climb. We saw a couple very close but not quite there on the climbs, and those are enough points that could swing it in your favor if you time it right.
Right. So we are loading in for the 2 versus 7 matchup. The alliance captain of the alliance number 2 is Slike62 with LJP and Alan Malu as the 3rd robot, and the 7th alliance is Akuno as the alliance captain, joined by Caitlin and Zaquitarian. Looks like we had a fan there of Lucky Isabel from a bit ago. Lucky Isabel is the 5th alliance, and yeah, they did actually win that one. That last one, very close.
To the person asking in chat, yes, I believe this is the note block version of Centuries by Fallout Boy. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yep, that is correct. And the previous one was obviously it was a wow, I can't think of it now that it played, but it was Darude Sandstorm.
Yeah.
Yep, that was entertaining.
All right, here we go. Second match of Tesla. Everything's even. These alliances are meeting it for first, or meeting themselves first. And it is very close in autonomous mode. Back and forth, but looks like Red Alliance will have the edge 80 to 66 out of autonomous.
Yeah, it looks like we had 2 crossbow class on the Blue Alliance. I'm interested to see how that's going to play out, but maybe that is a bow. I wasn't seeing it right.
Yeah, we definitely see at least one on each alliance, but it remains to be seen what this third blue member is doing. So we see Zaquitarian coming in to load up some more. They're at a bit of a deficit here as the Blue Alliance, but still lots of time to catch up. Most of this deficit has been just exclusively from the autonomous period, so the teleoperated period has been pretty neck and neck, you could say. Just as I say that, Red Alliance starting to pull ahead even more, so just getting very small edges here in this matchup, trying to extend their lead even further.
Looks like Red's taking advantage of the power cells littering the field. But they seem to have a pretty coordinated strategy. One full court shooter and a couple others who are more mid-range, trying not to interfere with each other, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can see LJP. I think that's the bow class, but they are, kind of shooting from behind the color wheel, you could say, kind of taking shorter range or long range shots for the bow, but not having to walk or boat all the way over. And 30 seconds left. And it looks like Red Alliance definitely has the commanding edge in this one. Blue Alliance trying to do what they can against the number 2 seed, but the number 2 seed looking very strong early days.
Yeah, I believe I saw a member of the Blue Alliance earlier almost trying to play defense on Red, but it's a little difficult. The mechanics of boats isn't quite the same as robots. You can't really push people out of the way depending on where they are. Tipping their shot is not very easy either.
Yeah, definitely. The defense can definitely be a little bit harder. The main one that we've been seeing is the defense through trying to block climbs and slowing them down in that way by getting in their way. Definitely can be effective. But again, it's still relatively challenging to do something like that. So yeah, that will put the number 2 alliance ahead by 1 match. As looks like it's in the wrong category right now, but they're trying to fix that.
Looks like we have someone down in the question box.
Oh, Dia Sparks. Are they on alliance?
I am not. Looks like they are in-game Minecraft, but I am not sure what their IGN is. Oh, they're out of the question box.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was the score that was showing up on screen where it was accidentally for the 3 versus 6 matchup. But we're jumping in here with the final quarterfinals matchup that we have yet to see in Tesla. And that is 3 versus 6. Pineapple 291 leading the 3rd alliance, and Odd Flex but okay leading the 7th alliance in blue. Definitely pretty close early on, you could say. Only 10 points separating these 2 alliances. Is definitely has become standard come eliminations with the long-range crossbow shots that we've seen every alliance really employ pretty successfully. Pineapple doing it for the Red Alliance, making those shots from downtown. Odd Flex but okay, and B-Wash for the Blue Alliance trying to score up close and personal to the power port.
Thus far, I'm surprised that we're not seeing as much snowball class action as I thought we were going to in the playoffs.
Yeah, we definitely haven't seen any. I don't think we've seen any snowball class from any of the Tesla alliances yet. That being said, one of the most prominent snowball class C-Struck is over in Turing. So that might be something that Turing is a little bit more happy with. But it has maintained this gap of about 10 points. Red Alliance just barely edging out the Blue Alliance the whole time.
Very, very close match we have going on here.
Yeah, you can see Red Alliance just a couple power cells ahead, but they also have the accuracy bonus as well in terms of getting the inner versus outer slightly more. And it could come down to climbs here. Blue Alliance ahead by only 2 points as they are looking to put in their final shots. 4 seconds left. Not a lot of time to climb. And Blue comes out on top. There's a missed climb for Red. Wow. Red
Blue
Alliance
with
was
the
ahead
upset.
the entire time. Yeah. And that's the 6th seed for winning the first match versus the 3rd seed. So very impressive from them. So at this point, we are going to, that's all of Tesla done. And of course, we see the buys for Alliance number 1. We'll transition, Tesla will be transitioning back into 370 to 4v5, sorry. And as we saw previously, the 5th Alliance was up 1 match. So it's a do or die for the 4th seat. And I do not believe Turing has started yet, but that will be starting soon.
Turing just started just now, so we can tune into that right now.
Perfect. So we get to see the number 1 seed versus the number 8 seed and see what they can do here. 8th seed with a lot of strong kind of like pop-off players. If they can really get a good match, they could potentially do some real damage to this number 1 seed. But right now, number 1 seed looking fairly strong, fairly in control, about 15 points ahead. But definitely anybody's game this early on. And once again, it seems to be the full court shooting for the Blue Alliance, but Red Alliance doesn't seem to be doing the same thing here. Looks like nobody using the crossbow. They're just going for the triple bow strategy. I don't see any snowball players either.
Yeah, it looks like we have two of the players cycling, and the other one kind of on cleanup duty, trying to take advantage of those closer projectiles that they can use.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Red Alliance definitely looking like they are comfortable here. Blue Alliance really would need like some sort of missed climb or maybe a climb block done for them to get back into this game, and just showing the dominance of the number 1 seed here is very strong performance. 12 seconds left. They're going to look to climb. Red Alliance bumping into each other though. Dynamax and Space Turtle a little bit clunky there, trying to get up onto the vines. And it looks like they only get 2 climbs, but it was still enough to win the match. So yeah, we'll just adjust the view so that you guys can see that in just a second. But yeah, number 1 seed going up 1-0 over on Turing. Fairly comfortable lead, but still not like the highest score that we've seen all day. 489 still remains the score to beat. However, this is the highest score that we've seen so far in eliminations. 439 is topping the top Tesla score of 425.
And just getting started now, also on Turing, is this second qualification match. Alliance 4 in red, Alliance 5 in blue. So let's tune into that.
All right, here we go. Reminder that 5th seed is up 1-0, so 4th seed needs to do something big here to stay in the game.
This is on Turing.
This is Turing.
Yeah.
You're right. So actually, it's 0-0.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
We have Mr. Blue Soda and Paternal Poem and Off Raindrop in red. Robo V, Jake Up, and Andy.
Andy 682. Yep. So it looks like Red
Red's
Alliance
firing
is better.
all at the same time. It's a pretty satisfying thing to watch.
Yes. Yeah, 3 bow class, it looks like on the
And
Red
we've got
Alliance.
Snowball Class by Robo V. We've seen him use Snowball Class quite a few times in quals. I think it's the first time I've noticed the Snowball Class so far in the limbs.
Yeah. Interesting that the Turing players seem to be less likely to do the full court crossbow shots compared to Tesla, where basically everybody was doing that.
Definitely interesting, yeah. How the different divisions have different metas and different strategies.
That's something I'm very excited to see, is hopefully more of these events happen in the future, is kind of what the meta develops to be. Because I know over the course of a season that can change drastically. And that'll really influence kind of who comes out on top, is who's really following the meta and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, it does look like Red Alliance has a pretty commanding lead here, despite it being 4 versus 5. You know, they really asserting their dominance here as a potential contender. 423 points, no, 438 points. That is 1 point less than the number 1 seed scored. So look out, number 1 seed. If this is the final match, or the semifinals matchup, it is going to be close.
So that match that we just saw is about to be put in soon into this document here. We can check in on Tesla, what happened while we were away. It looks like quarterfinal 2-2 just completed, and it is a victory for Alliance 5. So Alliance 5 will upset Alliance 4 and will move on to the semifinals.
So that means Hooded K13, Lucky Isabel, and QP Blake make it on. Unfortunately for North Jelly, Banana Bumpy, and Elate Kitten 4897, they are out of the competition at this point. But thank you for playing. We really enjoyed you being here.
The autonomous period just ended for this match here on the Tesla division. And we're back to seeing that crossbow from both alliances. We can see Slyke62, and we can see, it's hard to read the name from that angle, Akuno.
Akuno, yep.
Each scoring via crossbow for their respective alliance.
Yeah,
Then
interesting. Both of the crossbow players are actually the alliance captains as well.
Oh, that is an interesting observation.
But yeah, you got to say that Red Alliance is looking very comfortable here once again. Reminder that they did win the first matchup, so if they win this one, they will be making it to the semifinals of the Tesla division.
Is this some defense here from Zacatarian on the Blue Alliance, or is that just a? It looked almost like it.
Yeah, it looks like trying to distract Slyke from something, or maybe bump. I'm not sure how much you can really bump in boats. That doesn't really
Yeah,
move them.
you can't push other boats. But you can prevent them from moving. But you can park in front from that position. You can park at a specific angle to block shots potentially. Maybe that's what was trying to be done there.
Yeah, or maybe even block visually the lineup for the shot if you can be in the way and mess up the lineup so that they miss.
Yeah, not as close this match here with the vines descending down, getting ready for that end game period.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty dominant from the Red Alliance here. The number 2 seed looking to seal the deal here. Aquatarian goes in for the climb block, trying to stop Slyke from getting up. 3 seconds left, and they do potentially get the block. 2 climbs for each alliance, but it's going to be the Red Alliance advancing to the semifinals, Alliance number 2. So moving to the semifinals, it's Slyke 62, LJP, and Alan Malou. And unfortunately, the road ends here. The 7th Alliance, Akuno, Caitlin, and Zacratarian. Thank you for playing. You guys were amazing.
A match did just conclude here on the Turing field, where it looks like the Red Alliance defeated the Blue Alliance. I'll come over here. The Red Alliance defeated the Blue Alliance 437 to 344 is the score that's about to be put in.
Yeah, so that will be the Alliance number 2 of Seastruck, Codster, and Crash My Car going up 1-0 versus Tasmania 40, Speedster JZ, and Super MC 123. Here we go, match number 4, the quarterfinals, last round of the matchups that we haven't seen.
Yeah, 3v6 going on this field. Very close here in Autonomous.
Yeah, 5 points separating them, and looks like that's where it's going to end at the end of Autonomous. But Teliop has begun. And once again, no real crossbow strategy on the Turing field. So it's going to be interesting when we do see our grand finals if one field has a crossbow and one field doesn't, to see which is the superior strategy.
Are we seeing all bow class here? Just 100% bow?
Possibly.
There might be some instant climbs, but everyone here is using a bow as their method of scoring. Not much variety here in the in Turing match 4-1.
Yeah, the main differentiator between these two alliances is the accuracy. You can see the scores just slightly higher for the Red Alliance. Well, now they're pulling ahead in number of power cells, but a minute ago, they were up by about 20-30 points. It seems they've been scoring more in that inner port.
Yeah, definitely making a big difference, even though it's just 1 point. That 1 point adds up when you do it, 20 or 30 times.
Say, we have a comment. Oh, go for it.
I was just going to say we saw Ducky Natalie coming up beside their partner, trying to score as much as possible. And what comment do we have?
Oh, I was going to say, we've got a comment from Tegan saying, if you're going to be eliminated, it's best to be eliminated while listening to Africa by Toto on Roblox. In this case, on Note Blocks.
Yeah.
I have to agree with that sentiment. Hopefully it does lessen the blow a little bit. Red Alliance pulling ahead with climbs. It looks like 2 seconds left, but Blue could get that last minute, but not quite enough to pull ahead.
They did get a better climb in the end. Climb score 70 to 55, but the power cells were just too much to overcome ultimately. And Red Alliance is going to go up 1-0 in the series. Alliance number 3 looking pretty strong here. Looks like another match has gone through over on Tesla, by the way, Nick. 3 versus 6 has resulted in Alliance number 3 taking the win. So that match is going to a tiebreaker because Alliance number 6 won the first time. So they got to go to a best of 3 there.
Yeah, so we're going to watch that right now, I think. That tiebreaker that's about to happen. It's definitely going to be very interesting to see. You can see them as they choose their positions and their classes right now.
Yeah, so the first match looks like Alliance number 6 in blue won by about 20 points. The second match, the Alliance number 3 in red won by about 30 points. So you got to say maybe the momentum here is in the Red Alliance's favor. If they're able to do the same thing that they just ended up doing, they could be finding themselves in the semifinals. We have a fan of Pineapple 291 in the chat. Pineapple leading the number 3 alliance, coming back from 0-1 down. And
very
right
tight
now,
score.
Yeah, very close, but blue with the very slight edge. Your skin is weird, but your game is good. Can we look at Pineapple's skin? Let's see what's weird about it. The chat is saying that it's weird.
Some fun colors, I see.
Yeah, it's like a half and half kind of thing. Blue line seems to be pulling away a little tiny bit. Which is good news for the 6 alliance, but definitely not good news for the comeback of the 3rd alliance if they are able to pull it off.
Seeing a couple of those. Oh, sorry, I keep interrupting. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
Seeing a couple of those full court crossbow shooters. Both alliances are running one each. Seems.
Yeah, definitely a favorite here over on the Tesla field. And it seems like the crossbow shooters basically just kind of negate themselves out. It'll be interesting to look at maybe the contribution breakdown at the end to see if there was much of a difference. But generally, they seem to be basically matching each other shot for shot. The only thing that matters is the accuracy between those.
In chat, we've got someone cheering for all teams. Very graciously professional there.
Yeah, definitely. I am a fan of all teams. I just want to see great close matches like this one. It's only about 10 points separating these teams as we come with 11 seconds left. They got to go for the climbs. All the players trying to get up. We see a couple activated. Blue Alliance a little bit ahead. Red Alliance trying to get up. And it is going to be the Blue Alliance with the win. They're going to lock themselves into the semifinals. A score of 368 to 420. So Alliance 6 making it. That's Oddflex, but okay. B-Wash and Nitsua Gamer. Unfortunately, Pineapple 291, Father 8, and Creepster going to be going home in the quarterfinals. But thank you guys for playing. Hopefully you guys had a fantastic time.
Let's check in on the status of Turing. I believe that they completed the first round earlier of their first matchups. They might be wrapping up their second matchups. And FYI for everyone on Tesla, we're gonna have a short break before we move on to the semis, just to get everything organized, so you have a minute to look at who you're going to be going up against before you head to the field. And it does look like Alliance 1 was victorious over Alliance 8, so Alliance 1 will be the first alliance to move on to the semifinals of the Turing Division. This is the quarterfinal 2-2 over on the Turing Division.
It's currently ahead in the series, having won their last match. They appear to be up now as well, but same amount of power cell score, just a little more accuracy on that Red Alliance.
Yeah, and of course we did see the Alliance number 4 put up the wow, just looking at the scores actually. Alliance number 1 put up 439 points, Alliance 4 put up 438, and Alliance 2 put up 437. So like literally 3 points separating some of these alliances that are winning.
Appreciating the Gravity Falls theme song played on note blocks right now. I think it's a great choice.
Yeah. So yeah, Red Alliance definitely with the lead here. And once again, we see the preference for Turing to be ahead or to focus on the non-crossbow strategy, which is very contrasting to the Tesla method. But yeah, Red Alliance really starting to run away with this one. 288 to 225, 37 seconds remaining. Not sure what the Blue Alliance can do.
We're seeing a couple traffic jams on that Blue Alliance side too, and that just takes away precious time to score.
Yeah, lots of shots going off. Fairly decent scores we've been seeing from almost all of these alliances in the playoffs, as we expect their coordination to go up and become better. We see some climb blocking here from one of the Red Alliance members, and that is going to spell disaster for the Blue Alliance, as they are now, I believe, eliminated in the quarterfinals. So just to get you caught up over here in the Turing field, we see that the Alliance number 1 and Alliance number 4 have made it through. Alliance 8, unfortunately, was eliminated. That was Dark Z, Region Comb, and Derpy Mimo. And then Alliance 5 was also eliminated. That's Andy682, Jake Up 01, and Robo V. All right, we have another Turing match coming up. This time it is 2 versus 7. And it looks like 2 won pretty convincingly the first time around, so we'll see what 7 can do. Gotta say, out of autonomous period and into early teleup, it's not looking super great for the Blue Alliance, down already by 30 or 40 points. So they're gonna have some work cut out for them.
Got a snowball player on that Blue Alliance, looks like.
Yeah, looks like Super
MC.
MC123 opting for the snowball. And C-Struck also on the Red Alliance, a snowball class player, the number 2 Alliance captain. And the crossbow long shots from the Red Alliance also doing quite well. That's Codster. We have a Super MC fan in the chat trying to cheer on the Blue Alliance. Definitely down a lot right now, and 44 seconds left. Not a lot of time to make a difference, but we'll see what the Blue Alliance can do. Want to make it as close as possible. Lots of Super MC fans, lots of Blue Alliance fans. We'll see what they can do with 5 seconds left in the match. Bunch of players trying to get up, trying
Triple
to climb.
climb.
And it's going to be a triple climb on both sides. So MVP being Codster, 130, 182 points scored in that last match. And that's going to send them to the semifinals now. And unfortunately, that is the end of the road for Alliance number 7. The Alliance captain Tasmania 40, Speedster JZ, and Super MC 123 putting up a valiant fight there. So only one matchup to be determined left. 3 versus 6. Currently, Alliance number 3 won a fairly close match versus 6 by about 30 or 40 points. You can see there. As they get started, Blue Alliance needs to do something to change the outcome of this series.
This is Tesla semifinal number 1 that we're watching right now.
Ah, there you go. So this is actually the debut of Alliance number 1, I believe. Because if you remember correctly, they got a bye.
We have Waxton and That Software Dude's Alliance, along with
a double crossbow,
Stags.
Actually.
Looks like yes, that is interesting. Double crossbow on the Red Alliance, and versus the single crossbow on the Blue Alliance. It does look like Stegs is going for the classic bow, and we've got 2 bows here on the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, Lucky Isabel and Blake doing a great job for their alliance, keeping it close. Only about 20 points down, but the number 1 seed right now looking like they have the slight edge here. And you can see the power cell count is very close, like 1 off or bang on, but the accuracy from the Red Alliance is just higher, and that's really surprising considering that 2 of them are shooting like full range shots. The fact that they're getting better accuracy than like the close range shots is wow, really shows you how strong these number 1 alliance is.
I definitely agree. That is definitely impressive that they're able to outscore from having more long-range shots when their power cell counts are so close.
It is interesting that those power cell counts are so close, given that both of them are constantly feeding from that what would be the human player station, whereas the Blue Alliance has to run and pick up different power cells as well, and that takes time.
Yeah, that really shows you how strong this Blue Alliance number 5 seed is. That they can take it to the number 1 seed and, you know, do a strategy that requires more moving, but still is able to keep up with them in power cells. It's going to come down to the wire here. 30 points separating these alliances. Waxton going in real late with an insta climb, I think.
No, actually, he had crossbow, so there's no way that he was going to.
They almost. Oh, Blue Alliance almost had it there. They were ahead with like 1 second left, but the last second climb from Jeff or Stegs, one of them, was able to go off, and they get to win by just 10 points.
That Software Dude contributing 185 points. 91% accuracy, wow. 49% inners. Waxton getting 92% accuracy, 33% inners. So less than half of them were inners, but it was enough, or either that or they were going just that fast that they were able to really get the win there, I guess.
Yeah. So we are still waiting over on Turing for the final matchup of 3 versus 6. It is a 1-1. Red Alliance won the first one. Blue Alliance won the second one. So it's going to be come down to the final matchup between the Alliance captains of Jay Latondre and God Prime, seeing if they can lead their alliance to victory.
Like Lucky Isabel has a little fan club going on in chat. It's exciting to see cheering from our audience here.
Yeah, definitely encourage all of the cheering from everybody because it's awesome to see the support for all the players that are playing, and especially your favorites. Rip the Beep fan club. Yeah. All right, we're jumping into Turing. Once again, this is the tiebreaker, I believe. Yes, tiebreaker of 3 versus 6. Winner moves on, loser goes home. And it is the Blue Alliance with the slight edge right now. Cheesy PB trying to disrupt Juan from the long-range shots in the lineup there. And Blue Alliance is starting to pull ahead even further. Juan making a move to the side, trying to get Cheesy PB out of his face. Still making some shots, though.
It looks like God Prime has a very simple strategy here. They're just spinning around in circles, collecting from this loader, then going just past this white line to shoot with the bow, and continually going around in that oval. Seems like they have it, they've got a system worked out.
Yeah, definitely.
Adding a new meaning to the phrase victory spins right there.
Exactly. 24 seconds remaining. Now is the time to climb or start thinking about climbs, because for the Red Alliance, they're going to need some big points here at the end to get back into this game, as they're down by almost 60 points. Going to have their work cut out for them, and maybe an upset with the 6 seed beating the 3 seed here. If they can get up, and they do, it is going to be the Blue Alliance winning. So 3rd seed being knocked out, unfortunately for God Prime, Cheesy PB, and Ducky Natalie. They are going to be out in the quarterfinals, but well done to the 6th seed for pulling off the big upset there and making it to the semis.
believe we have 6th seed upsets on both divisions we've got going on here.
Yeah, definitely. 1v4, and it's 1v5 in the other thing, and then it's 2v6 in the in Tesla. Speaking of Tesla, we do have a additional report in here for one of the matches that we missed while we were spectating Turing. If we want to transition over to that, it is a win for the 6 seed over top of the 2 seed, 463 to 417. So big upset there in terms of the 6 seed putting up some massive scores. I think that's the highest score we've seen in all of eliminations from the 6 seed over on Tesla. So job well done to them. So one matchup that I'm really interested to see coming up here soon in Tesla is 1 versus 5. We saw that the first matchup was very close, and actually we're jumping into the middle of it. And it looks like it's not quite as close this time, but Blue Alliance still has some time to get into this. 1 versus 5. The Red Alliance is up 1-0. So if they're able to hold on here with their double crossbow strategy with Waxton and that software dude doing that, they will be finding themselves in the division finals. Now, it looks like the main difference here is just the sheer volume of power cells that they're scoring. There's almost 10, or just over 10 power cells more for the Red Alliance just through that double crossbow strategy, which seems to be really working.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about finding power cells and running into each other in the middle of the field. They just sit there, pick and shoot, which is a really effective strategy we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely. Blue Alliance was able to come back a little bit through the climbs, but it was not enough. 445, another very high score here for the number 1 seed over here on Tesla, and that is unfortunately going to spell the end for the number 5 seed Hooded, K13, Lucky Isabel, and QP Blake knocked out in the semifinals, but they did fantastic to upset the 4th seed.
I'm loving seeing the GGs in chat after the matches are over. Glad to see people
definitely
are staying GP and just having a great time today.
We're in progress on this first semifinal in Turing, yes.
Oh, this is really close. Look at that, yeah.
Incredibly
1 versus
close.
4. And if we look at the scores, actually 4 has a better scoring average than Alliance number 1 does. So we could be in for an upset here. Alliance number 4 currently has the 2nd highest score on this field of 442 points, while Alliance 1 has the highest, or their highest score is 439. So very close, though. 22 seconds left. It's going to come down to the wire. Red Alliance definitely has a very slight edge. They're trying to do some climb blocks. 7 seconds left. Will they be able to get up off the ground and climb 396, 419. Ooh, and it's a missed climb for the Blue Alliance, and that's going to seal the deal. Red Alliance taking the first match in this series, and 4 Alliance has some work to do heading into their next match. So we see the score just being reported there. 30-point win for the Red Alliance. Definitely strong showing from Turing. Looks like we're jumping into the next Turing semifinals, 2 versus 6. We'll see if 6 can continue the streak of upsets. And it looks like Codster from the Red Alliance having some issues. It's definitely going to potentially hamper the Red Alliance from doing as well as they would like to. C-Struck, the Alliance captain of the Red Alliance.
Yeah, this is just the first match of this series we've got going on here, but it looks like Codster is up and moving. Hopefully, Red can come back from the deficit, but that's why we have a best 2 out of 3, not just first person to win.
Yeah, definitely. There's still an opportunity for them to come back in this match, and even if they can't come back in this match, there's an opportunity for them to come back in the series with the reverse sweep. Codster starts making the long-range shots here on Turing. You see the same kind of strategy from the Blue Alliance. And we see actually Red is kind of closing the gap a little tiny bit here. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be enough for this match, but for the next match, that may be an indication of what the Red Alliance can do. Breaking news, actually, just before this match ends. Alliance 2 versus Alliance 6. Alliance 6 was ahead by 1, but Alliance 2 won by 6 points over in Tesla. As we see, the conclusion of this match is going to be close, but it looks like it is going to be the Blue Alliance with the victory. Once again, Alliance number 6 coming out victorious here in Turing. As those scores report, we are going to see the Blue Alliance go ahead 443. Another very strong score here from the Alliance number 6. They're really finding their stride after their first match kind of slip up of only a 358.
Let's see what we missed on Tesla. Yep, so we should be able to tune in for semifinal 2/3.
Yeah, and that'll determine the finalist of Tesla. You can see that was a really close match. Only 6 points. Alliance 2 just barely squeaking out the win there.
Okay, so we have some news. a match was aborted on the Turing fields because someone was switching positions last second at the exact moment that the match started, so they did not get transported to the field.
We have a
Okay.
field fault.
Yep.
Mm.
Exactly.
I was locked out of that button. And
So just to catch everybody up to where we're at right now in terms of Tesla, you can see that we do have our one finalist, which is Alliance number 1. That's Waxton, That Software Dude, and Stegs85. But we're still waiting to see our last finalist. That's going to a tiebreaker between Alliance 2 and Alliance number 6. And then in terms of the Turing field, we are in the semifinals. The has been played once. We have no finalists locked in yet, but as of right now, Alliance number 1 is up 1-0 over Alliance number 4, and then Alliance number 6 is up 1-0 over Alliance number 2. So it looks like we might have results for Tesla coming in just now. And it looks like it will be the Alliance number 2 prevailing in the end, 435 to 418. And it will be Alliance number 1 versus Alliance number 2 in the finals of Tesla. So that is Alliance number 6 being knocked out, Oddflex, but okay, B-Wash and Nitsua Gamer. Put up very close matches between the Alliance number 2 and took them to the full distance there.
So we do now have a look at what the finals will look like.
Yeah, so the finals are going to be Waxton, That Software Dude, and Stegs85 versus Slike62, LJP, and Alan Malou. And those will be starting as soon as we get the finalists for Turing, because we'll start alternating between the two fields so that you guys don't miss any action of the finals.
did I see that there's going to be gambling for the finals? Is that what I see in chat?
I think so. Nick is able to have the points bets to see what you guys think will happen. And Nick, do you have any update on how the Turing stuff is going? I know you're probably
Yep.
multitasking.
There was just a couple things that needed to be fixed since the match was aborted halfway through, which we haven't had to abort a match halfway through before. So.
Fair enough. So yeah, that matchup will be Alliance number 1 versus 4. That's coming up soon on Turing. Alliance number 1 is up 1-0, and then Alliance number 2 v6 will be played again for the second time. And Alliance 6 is up 1-0 there. So here, jumping into Turing, it is on the Blue Alliance to make the difference here, as they are down 1-0, losing by 30-ish points the first round. We see Red Alliance with a bit of an edge early on, 157 to 114. There's definitely putting a lot of pressure on this Blue Alliance to perform here. The Red Alliance keeps extending their lead by a little bit each cycle. Definitely looking like they have Alliance number 4's number figured out.
Yeah, they're up by quite a fair margin that we're seeing, but we are not quite halfway through this match, so there is still plenty of time for anything to happen.
Yeah, if they can start to bring it back a little bit, and then maybe a climb is missed by the Red Alliance, they can be finding themselves on the winning side of this match for sure. You can see the Red Alliance human player station really lacking power cells. They're really starved. While you look at the Blue Alliance power station, there's a lot more. Actually, they just filled up, but I guess it was at basically 0 previously, and Blue Alliance is consistently full.
It was hard to tell if it was at 0 or if it was just because the number 1 was cut off.
Oh, it could have been 10. Yeah,
it might have
been.
Right. I'm not sure.
But yeah, with 17 seconds left, it looks like Blue Alliance is in dire straits. We do see a climb block attempt here from the Blue Alliance member. Off raindrop. Blocks Starman with 5 seconds left. Is he going to be able to get up in time? 3 seconds to go. Does he hit the bell? And it looks like he does. And that is going to seal Blue Alliance's fate and lock Alliance number 1 into the finals. So thank you to Alliance number 4, Mr. Blue Soda, Off Raindrop, and Paternal Poem for putting up a great fight. Taking it real close with the first seed, but in the end, not quite able to take it all the way. So our next matchup is Alliance number 2 versus Alliance number 6. Remember that Codster from Alliance number 2, he had a bunch of issues at the start of the match, which really caused the Red Alliance to be at a bit of a deficit at the start of the match, and they lost perhaps because of that. So we're going to see what Alliance number 6 can do, and if they can just win in a straight-up 3v3, or maybe Alliance number 2 can come back and get the W. So we jump into the match.
Blue pulling ahead early, trying to fight for their place in the finals.
Yeah, definitely trying to put the doubters to rest. Those who would have said, just unlucky that Codster got stuck at the start of the match, but they are definitely generating a pretty decent lead here. The long-range shooting from Juan, and we also see a long-range shooter for the Red Alliance as well. Can't quite read it, but he's also a very strong competitor. Codster, right? Codster is the long-range for the Red, and looks like Red still has a lot of work to do here. They are definitely struggling to narrow this gap with 66 seconds left.
It is fairly close, though, closer than some matches we've seen. There's definitely hope for Red, I'd say, but they're going to have to pull it off pretty strongly.
Yeah, definitely. There is an option for them to get into this a little bit closer. All it takes is one mistake from the Blue Alliance, and that lead is evaporated. Final 30 seconds, we see the vines drop down from the sky. So teams maybe get prepared to climb. Juan going off earlier, so we're going to see if Codster's extra shooting here can bring them close enough to get there. As the climbs go up, everybody trying to ring the bell. It is going to be the Blue Alliance taking the victory and pulling off the upset. Alliance number 6 making their way to the finals. Alliance number 2 knocked out in the semifinals. That's C-Struck, 24, Codster, and Crash My Car. They did a great job making it all the way here, but unfortunately their road ends now. So that means we have set our finals for both of the divisions. Both Tesla and Turing have been set. And that will be populated in just a second. But it will be Alliance number 1 versus 6 in Turing. The upset dream Cinderella story here for Alliance number 6. Could they go all the way? But over on the other side, it's Tesla 1 versus 2. All right, 1 versus 6 is confirmed, as you can see on your screen. Nick and Grace, what do you think about the finals matchups?
I think I'm always excited to see someone other than the number 1 or number 2 alliance in the finals. I think that says something about the team and how it works together. I'm looking forward to seeing what plays out. I think having a chip on your shoulder is always a kind of a good thing, good motivation. But I mean, we've seen some really strong performances. That number 6 alliance has had to fight their way here. But number 1, it appears, has been pretty dominant in their matchups so far. So I'm looking forward to seeing them facing that number 6 alliance on the Turing field.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely agree.
So which final should we play first? Should we play Tesla since they were further ahead initially?
Sure.
Or
Let's go with Tesla. We can talk about Tesla real quick. 1 versus 2. That's Waxton, Software Dude, and Stegs versus Slike, LJP, and Alan Malu. And Alliance 2 had a bit of a rougher go at this. They lost their first match, scoring 417, but their opponent scored 463, which is the highest score of all eliminations. But they were able to come back 2-0 in the final 2 matches to make it to the finals. Meanwhile, Alliance number 1 did take 2 very close matches versus Alliance number 5. So I think this one should be wild and crazy. And one of the interesting things that I'm interested to see is the Waxton Software Dude double crossbow strategy. Once it gets to the division finals and the grand finals, if they can make it that far, how will that hold up versus some of the other strategies that we've been seeing?
I'm interested in seeing how those different strategies do hold up. That crossbow one has been, I mean, as we've seen, very effective. But I'm sure there are some disadvantages, though I imagine they'll be pretty well supplied given the scoring power of the other alliance. But I bet you that other alliance has been watching and has some idea of how to counter it.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like we have a prediction in chat. So if you want to predict Blue Alliance or Red Alliance for Tesla, Nick, is this for the overall matchup, or is this for?
This is going to be for the
Just the
overall
one match.
finals. Who's gonna win the Tesla division? The missions
Okay.
are open for another 15 seconds, so get your final submissions in, and then we're starting the match.
We see a big bet for Alliance number 1, 29,000 points. Not a lot of faith in the Blue Alliance, 480, but I think it's going to be much closer than what the chat seems to be betting for. All right, looks like it has closed.
98%.
98%,
for the,
yeah.
We're for the
High stakes for the number 1 seed to win here. But
okay.
we'll see.
So, let's head over to the field. Good luck to both alliances, and here we go. It's time for the Tesla Division Finals.
Off we go. Autonomous period is always critical because of the double points. If you can maximize your score there and get a little bit of an edge and just hold it till the end, that really makes a big difference. And holy moly, it is tight. 2 points separating these two alliances, with alliance number 2 in the blue looking like a slight edge towards them.
Blue is trying to run defense on that double crossbow strategy. You can see, I can't see who the player was, but they were running interference, trying to prevent red from getting into position.
You can see one player moving. It's Alan Malou, who's moving, trying to block the lineup for these players. And you can definitely see that it's disrupting them. The Red Alliance wants to move out of the way so that they can aim.
Yeah, that software dude basically gave up and moved all the way to the front of the line. And, you know, if Waxton here hits Alan's player instead of the goal, it will, the arrow will be absorbed and it will not continue through him. And it looks like Stegs was just removed from the game.
This is not looking good for the Red Alliance in match number 1. Down currently, not by much though, but they did lose their 3rd player, so it's going to be a lot of work for them to maintain this this closeness, to try and keep it close till the very end.
I believe this is the first time I've actually seen an effective defensive strategy. It's pretty exciting to see it actually functioning here.
Yeah, almost doubly as effective because there are 2 targets that are basically stationary that you can block.
You know what I just thought about with the prediction? If we're going to alternate fields, then I can't do both predictions at the same time.
Maybe we want to just finish Tesla then, and then transition to Turing.
Sure, we can give them a little bit of a break and let them chat about strategy, and then we'll finish off Tesla.
I just want to point out, despite them being down a player, look at how close this score is. It's 10 points difference. Trying to block out that software dude, trying to get into the zone for the climb, but in the end, it's not enough. Only 1 climb for the blue, or for the Red Alliance, 3 for the blue. Yeah, I believe that there will be no replays for packet kicks.
Yep, that's what it looks like. It's you've got someone in the question box, as I would expect to happen, but I believe we have someone addressing it. One of the SRC staff is also down there, but
yep.
Okay, so FYI, we're just coming in with a little update. So as you know, Stegs85 was kicked for more packets in the last match. The match is most likely, as of right now, not going to be replayed because more packets is not a server-side issue. It is a client-side issue that is related to the network and the client sending much more than the acceptable number of packets to the server every second. And it's a vanilla mechanic. I've customized the messages on the server to look different when someone is kicked for more packets, because it usually just looks like they just left the game by choice. So I made it so that it displays a message that it was some sort of a bug, not just them leaving the match by choice. So there was a little bit of confusion about that. But Brennan just spoke with them, and we're going to... I'm pretty sure that everything's going to stand, right? Yep, we're not going to be replaying the match. Everything's going to stand.
Yep, and we're going to jump into the next Tesla match. Yeah, surprising here actually is both scores are fairly low. Even for the blue lines, right? They were full 3 people. That did not break that 400 mark where a lot of their matches have been so far. Part of that could be because they were playing full defense with one of them.
Yeah, that defense will drag down both sides' scores. It's just a matter of whose goes down faster, or who stays down faster.
So yeah, I think we saw from Alliance 1 though that they definitely have the ability to win this. They were keeping it very close despite being down a player. So I think Alliance 2 still has a lot of work to do to be able to take this one and close it out, go to the grand finals.
Yeah, I think this upcoming match is going to be a close one. Wondering if Alliance 2 is going to keep going for that same defensive strategy. But if Alliance 1 can bring in, make sure that third player stays in. I don't know who. I don't have any prediction for who's going to take it.
Yeah, or they might not go for the double crossbow strategy because of the defense that was played. An interesting dilemma. Maybe you bait the defender so that the defender's defending, but you only have one this time. Maybe it's less effective. Not 100% sure.
Okay, Stegs his computer just crashed, so we might be moving to go to Turing. Is that a okay idea?
Sure. Let's go for it.
Okay.
Let's check in with Turing. We haven't talked about them in a while. But it is Alliance number 1 versus the Cinderella story of Alliance number 6. Who's been, this once again is going to be a very, very close match in terms of overall scores in Turing. Alliance number 6 has the highest score, tied, actually, literally tied, 463 for Alliance 6 and 463 for Alliance number 1. So their best performance was literally the same. So I expect it to be super, super close.
Got someone asking in chat how we're going to do predictions. I'm assuming there's not predictions for Turing.
Yeah,
we
so
can't- we won't be able to
yeah.
do predictions, but we'll be able to finish the prediction for Tesla, and then we'll do the prediction for the grand finals.
Or we could do like the last match or something. But I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, we will be jumping to Turing as soon as they're all ready. So we can see them all loading in, all set up, all assigned.
Okay, so here we go. Turing Finals, match number 1. We're going to get it started.
And interestingly, Alliance number 1 does not use a crossbow player. Or at least has not traditionally been using a crossbow player. But you can see Alliance number 6, they have been with Juan. And early lead goes to the Red Alliance. They're up by just under 20 points. Space Turtle doing some long-range bow shots, as we've seen them do very regularly.
Darman 4 over here was your number 1 seed coming out of Qualls.
Yep, looking for those power cells floating in the water on the field. Trying to fill up the entire capacity of theirs, Holdner. But Red has kind of just maintained this lead. It hasn't really shifted up or down much. See if Blue can kind of make a dent.
Yeah, you'll remember that Red kind of dug deep into the rankings to find their first pick in Space Turtle. Though Space Turtle was in the top 3 in OPR, so I guess that's kind of an important lesson or thing to remember, that the rankings aren't necessarily accurate to who's the best player or who has been the best player.
Yeah, and speaking of making a dent, Red Alliance has actually fallen behind now. Blue Alliance taking a lead here.
Wow, and it's a considerable lead too. It was more considerable.
Yeah, it's fluctuating super hard here, so it's gonna come down to the wire.
It is
going
going
to
to
be very evenly matched.
But I would be getting nervous if I were the Red Alliance, because they're running out of time to make up the deficit. And as they go up for climbs, if there are no shenanigans, then it's going to be...
Oh, they need to hit the... They didn't climb! Whoa. They missed climbs! Oh my. Red Alliance...
Well, I guess that counts as shenanigans, so...
Wow. Unfortunate for Alliance number 6. They are going to fall in the first match. But... I think we saw that they had the potential to do really, really well. Like they outperformed the Red Alliance in the teleop period, and if they can just close that gap in autonomous, make sure they get those climbs, they can be a real danger to this number 1 seed.
Okay, it looks like Stegs is still not ready over on the Tesla division, so we're going to have to go to Turing, match number 2.
All right. So we're just waiting for those scores to be finalized and inputted by our FTAs.
Oh, I'm the FTA now that they left, so that's why they haven't been done yet.
There you go. And for all of you guys watching in chat, if you're interested in these kind of events and you think this is super cool, Nightbot just posted in the chat. You can join the XRC Discord. The link's there. The competition schedule is also there. We host events fairly regularly. Not necessarily all Minecraft events, but we do have a simulator that's a little bit more realistic compared to Minecraft, and you can play in those events and compete and have a bunch of fun. So make sure to check that out. Also, thanks to First Updates Now for hosting us on their channel. Glad to help them out here however we can.
Yeah, I think this has been a great partnership. I've seen a few events that Fun is hosted, and I'm excited to see how this goes forward too. Make sure to click the follow button if you haven't already, so that you can stay updated for the next time that Fun goes live.
Definitely. There's lots of great content here on First Updates Now as we're getting ready for our next matchup here. Once again, the 1 versus 6 rematch. Alliance number 6 is do or die. They lost a very narrow match where they just missed some climbs last time, and we'll see what they can do if they can bring it to a third and deciding match. Lots of shots going off. Very close autonomous period this time. We don't see the same edge that the Red Alliance had in the first match of the Turing Finals. We do see it's just basically 1 point difference, 1 point gap. Each of these players getting up and down. Point of view camera here from, is this Dar?
Yep, this is Darman
Yes,
for
it
POV.
is. So, number 1 seed, POV, potentially the best player on the field, just lighting up that high goal as quickly as possible. Red Alliance with a very, very slight edge here.
Unfortunately, it looks like you get stuck in an area with not a lot of power cells. You can really tell what's going through their mind when you see their POV compared to when you look at their...
Yeah. It was literally tied a second ago as Red Alliance kind of extends their lead a little bit here as Blue Line scrambles to find some power cells. Looks like they had to go kind of out of their way to find them. And that's going to give Red Alliance a little bit of an edge here by nearly 10 points. Now actually tied. Wow. Completely eradicated, just as I say that lead, and they're literally tied again and again. There's basically nothing separating these two alliances.
Yeah, and they have very similar accuracies. It's looking like I'm not seeing major differences too.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna go down to the wire once again in terms of performance here. Gonna come down to the climbs, whether or not the Blue Alliance or Red Alliance can kind of lock in all those, get those last-second shots just to get the slight edge. 1 power cell separating these alliances. Blue ahead, barely. But it is 15 seconds. We see Red Alliance trying to play some defense now on that Blue Alliance climber, see if they can get off. As Blue Alliance has the edge with 5 seconds left, they're going for the climbs. Can Blue get in for the climb zone? And 2 points at the very end. The climb block from the Red Alliance making the difference yet again, and they are our first grand finalist, winner of the Turing Division. Number 1 seed Darman 4, Space Turtle, and Dynamax 0112. Wow. What a match, though. You saw that Red Alliance needing that climb block to pull off the win, and you saw them execute it. You saw them pull it off, and they did exactly what they needed to do to just barely eke out the win there. So we will be seeing Darman 4, Space Turtle, and Dynamax in our grand finals, which will be coming up after the Tesla finals finish.
Yeah, do we have an update about how that, I believe it was the number 1 alliance, how Tesla's doing?
Do you know, Nick?
I am checking on them right now. Steg still does not have his computer on, apparently. So,
So we haven't heard from him, or has he mentioned that he's on his way or something like that?
Oh, apparently... well, he said he's on his way, but
okay.
his game keeps freezing and crashing every single time he tries to open it, apparently.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
He says he's on the main menu now.
Live updates.
But anyway, congratulations again, since I didn't say it out loud, to Darman 4 Space Turtle Dynamax 0112 for taking the Turing Division. As we look at the Tesla Division, Alliance number 2 in blue bumpers leads right now. They are the underdogs. We're going to have at least one more match here. We're waiting for a member of the Red Alliance number 1 to connect right now. They're having some technical difficulties. But for a reminder, the Tesla eliminations, Alliance 1 in red is made up of Waxton, That Software Dude, and Stegs 85. The Alliance number 2 in blue is made up of Slike 62, LJP _, and Alan Malu. And here
we
he
do
is.
see Stegs.
Yay!
That's good news.
Not moving, but he's made it this far.
It's probably loading the resource pack, if I have to guess. Hopefully it doesn't crash on the resource pack.
Yeah. And he was also the player that had issues with disconnecting the last match, so hopefully all those issues are, dealt with at this point.
Just needs to claim red left, and then it'll be all set. For some reason, Waxton doesn't have the armor, but I'm gonna make sure that they both get. It looks like he's still frozen.
Yeah. For those of you who may be just tuning in, this is the Minecraft Robotics competition here on First Updates Now. It's run by the XRC community, and we are approaching the end here. We have the finals of the Tesla division. The Tesla division is one match already complete. Alliance 2 is up 1-0, and the winner of this division will go to face off against the Turing division winners, who is the number 1 seed over there. So thanks for tuning in, and hopefully you guys enjoy the show.
Okay, an update. It looks like we've got all. Okay, I was gonna say all 6 players ready, and then someone on blue unreadied. So. Okay, so we've got all 6 players.
He's like got it in his hands.
Say, usually equipping leather armor isn't a usual concern at a robotics competition, but
All right,
Okay.
looks like they're good to go.
woohoo!
So this is final match number 2 on the Tesla division. The Blue Alliance leads 1 match. So the Red Alliance needs this to stay alive. The Blue Alliance needs this to go to the Grand Finals and face off against the winners of the Turing division.
And all players are moving on the field as they're tied. Just about tied, or at least when I said that they were, but it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, we still see the double crossbow strategy coming out from the Red Alliance. Single crossbow from the Blue Alliance. And we're going to see what they can do. Yeah, we do see the defense once again. Alan Malou doing a great job of that, trying to disrupt their aim. Waxton having to strafe side to side to kind of realign, make sure that he's not missing anything. And right now, Blue Alliance has that slightest edge. Which is,
that's actually really surprising considering that they've got pretty much a full-time defensive player here, and yet the Blue Alliance, for a moment, they're now falling behind, but they were ahead for quite a bit, or not quite a bit exactly, but they were ahead, and they're still keeping it very close.
Yeah, it is surprising to me that the full-time defender seems to be working so well for the Blue Alliance to the fact that they can keep it this close. Definitely is disrupting Waxton. Waxton having to strafe back and forth, trying to dodge and dive around the defense, but he's doing well enough that Red Alliance is extending their lead here.
One thing to consider from that crossbow strategy, I was just thinking about, at least assuming the mechanics are close enough to vanilla, crossbows do take a longer time to reload after you shoot them. So while they are, reducing the cycle time by camping that human player station, it does take a little longer to get the shots off.
That is correct.
Yep, that's definitely true.
That's most of the reason why
switching to Jeff there. That software dude.
Maybe because he was in the corner and because it might have been easier to climb block.
Oh, 9 seconds left.
Although
Alan Malou
I don't know what Alan is doing.
He's over in the corner. He's trying to get
out of the boat. Oh man.
Oh, that was a close match. Still 20 points.
Same endgame points on both sides.
Yeah, it is going to be the Red Alliance taking it to a third and deciding match. Oh. Looks like we lost another Stegs.
Oh, man.
Oh. Good thing it happened after the match, I suppose.
Yeah, true.
Well, let's take a look at... this is the Tesla division. Okay, so...
What? You need to refresh the...
Yeah, but it's
updated.
It's a little bit...
Yeah.
Behind for some reason.
There we go.
There we go.
Much closer match the second time around compared to the first match, of course, because of the missing third player for the Red Alliance, making a big difference in the first finals match of Tesla.
Alright, sorry, I had to change audio. Is my microphone still good?
Yep. You're good still. So, final match. Everything on the line in terms of the bets, too. And there was a lot of confidence for the number one seed. Are the chat, or are people still feeling confidence for number one seed? Do you think they have it in this final match, or is number two going to take it?
Yeah, maybe it'll depend on the reliability of whether Stegs can stay on the server. I can already tell that he's glitching a lot visually from just his movement.
Yeah.
So,
hopefully, for the sake of everything, we have everything good to go.
Yep.
Look like they're ready.
Start the match. Okay, this one is for all the marbles of the Tesla division.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the battle here between the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance with a bit of an edge, but Red Alliance comes back strong in the end of the autonomous period. Only 2 points separating these two alliances, and we're going to jump into double crossbow action once again for the Red Alliance.
And Alan's already back for that full-time defense. Not changing the strategy since the since that match over there. Alternating between Waxton and that software dude for right now. Stegs
And
is
it couldn't be much closer.
It doesn't
Going
look like they're
around.
glitching out too much with their bow performance.
From what I see, there's there's a few winners in a row. It's just it does look like although the Red Alliance is cycling faster, so the Red Alliance does have a considerable amount more power cells scored than that Blue Alliance, and it
We
shows
see
in
the
their score
defender
as well.
peel off. Yeah, maybe trying to support the team a little bit. Yeah, Alan is back scoring for the Blue Alliance.
Oh,
Although
and
he's
we
going
see
from
a
a
red
very
crossbow
steep
go off.
angle. I don't know if he's going to be able to hit inners from that angle, so I'm not sure if that was a good choice of an angle to go about it.
Looks like Waxton has peeled off of the long shots and is going to the closer shots with the crossbow, trying to
Ah,
scavenge for power cells.
Is it because of the power
Maybe
cells?
ran out of power cells, yeah, potentially.
Red's still up by about 30. But I would say Blue's probably a little bit more accurate on their shots.
Yeah, definitely. And Blue's making a big surge here, bringing it to within 20 points, seeing if they can do anything here with 17 seconds left. Trying to play some defense is the Blue Alliance defenders. Red Alliance is starting to climb. Can they get in the zone for the climbs with enough time? And 0 seconds. It is going to be the Red Alliance taking the victory, going to the grand finals. Both the number 1 seeds of each division are going to be victorious in the end. So as we get that set up, Grace, what do you think about the differing alliances here in the grand finals? Turing versus Tesla. What do you think their strengths and weaknesses are?
Well, we're gonna see that double crossbow strategy, hit the big stage. I'm interested in seeing how that ends up working out against the quick cycling that Turing has going for it. I think we saw kind of a preview of it in that Tesla final, but I wonder if Turing might have a different strategy for addressing it. Maybe just try to outgun them instead of defense. I'm looking forward to seeing what they end up doing.
Yeah, definitely. The alliances are definitely contrasting heavily when it comes to the way that they play the game. We see Turing, they had no crossbow players, and you see Tesla doing basically the opposite, leaning heavily into crossbow players. So it's definitely I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what they can do. The one advantage that Turing has shown is their ability to climb block. We saw that happen in the finals where they won finals match number 2 because of that climb block, and that really made a big difference in the grand scheme of things.
We've got some hype in chat, getting excited,
Yeah.
and we have the 98% won the Tesla prediction.
Yeah, it was closer than people thought, I think, but
Yes.
And yeah, I think we're gonna
We've
put
also
up
got- Yeah, we've got a
another
new prediction. You have 2 minutes to enter this prediction for who is going to win the grand finals. The Turing Alliance, the Turing Division Alliance in red, or the Tesla Division Alliance in blue. You can vote now to predict the outcome with your fun bucks.
Tesla has the early lead, but there's still plenty of time to predict on that.
Oh, somebody went big on Turing comparatively.
Oh.
2.1 thousand now. And then it swings back. Somebody goes for Tesla. Basically 50-50 now.
Okay, up on your screen now, the grand finals of the Minecraft Robotics competition tonight. It's going to be best out of 5. So that means the first to 3 matches will take the victory.
We are very,
Yeah,
very close on those predictions.
Looks like they just closed, and Tesla has the slightest of edges in terms of amount of bets, but it looks like in terms of total number of people, it's 9-2 for Turing. So seems like a couple people have a lot of faith in Tesla, and then a lot of people have a little bit of faith in Turing. It's gonna be interesting to see how this goes. Jake Bop 181 saying went all in for the last one. Voting for the Tesla division. Definitely a strong choice, potentially. Double crossbow, definitely looking strong. I just find it super interesting how the completely opposite strategies won each division.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that there's, no one right answer for strategy. I think that's really promising for the future of the MRC.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So we're here. We've got the Tesla winners in blue, and we've got the Turing winners in red. Darman 4 is the captain of the Turing Alliance in red, in addition to Space Turtle and Dino Max as the partners. Waxton is the captain of the Blue Alliance coming from Tesla. Sorry, I have to keep thinking of what the names of the divisions are.
Yeah, and his first pick was that software dude. And rounding out their alliance was Stegs85.
Yep, okay, so we're going to be getting started. Good luck to both alliances. This is best out of 5. And here we go.
Yeah, I definitely think this is going to be a close matchup. It's going to be really interesting to see the first match, to see if there's a clear strategy that works better as we jump into autonomous period here. Lots of shots coming in from both the alliances, back and forth, trying to get those extra points, and it is a slight edge to the Red Alliance, the non-double crossbow, but of course the double crossbow strength comes right now when you are in teleop and you start unloading that human player station into the high goal from across the entire field. Meanwhile, you can see Red Alliance doing completely different kinds of strategies. We see them all using the bow class, 0 crossbows, and instead we see Space Turtle going for like a long-range bow shot to try and maximize their score, and it is very close early on.
Yeah, not playing defense like we saw earlier. I think they must have seen what happened there and made a different judgment call.
Well, the team that was playing defense before got eliminated, right? I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, yeah. But that Red Alliance
learning from the.
Oh yeah.
Does look like Red Alliance has a bit of an edge here. You can see that the power cells are basically the same, but it's the accuracy from the Red Alliance that's making the biggest difference, and really causing the Blue Alliance to, start to fall behind a little tiny bit. But there's still lots of time left in the match. Oh, Stegs. That is going to hurt the Red Alliance a lot. Or, sorry, is that Blue?
The Blue Alliance.
Blue
the
Alliance,
Blue Alliance,
yeah, Blue Alliance, actually.
The Blue Alliance was already behind, and then... although they don't seem to be falling that further behind yet, but they're definitely going to by end game.
Yeah, that's gonna hamper unless somehow Red misses a climb or something.
Yeah, and we saw Red was the alliance that was able to pull off the climb blocks against their finalist partner. We see more shots just trying to secure the win, trying to get the climbs in. 2 seconds remaining, jumps out of the boat, gets the insta-climb, and Red Alliance going up early. 481 to 429. That is a high score for eliminations. Nearly a high score for the entire event. Definitely a statement here from the crossbowless alliance here on Turing.
Yeah, hopefully Stegs can join back in and make sure that he's there for that necessary third player, since they're kind of doing more of a trying to outshoot the other team rather than play defense. You need every player to be contributing.
Yeah, definitely. Very critical that they can get all their players in. So hopefully Stegs is able to make it back in okay and doesn't have any more issues. Because I'm sure that does not help Tesla's chance at winning this best of 5 here. Alright, looks like we do have all 6 players back in the field and ready to go for match number 2. Once again, Red Alliance, the Turing division, is up 1-0 with a fairly dominant win. Unfortunately, the last match, Stags85 on the Blue Lions disconnected at the end and, had some issues. Hopefully he can stay in the field the entire time and they can get a full-on brawl there for the win. And the players load in. Here we go, autonomous period. Once again, a critical part of any first robotics competition match, but here too. Trying to maximize your score and get a really, really amazing score. Wow, Red Alliance and Blue Alliance, very high, 102. Coming just out of autonomous, so slight edge once again to the Red Alliance, and we'll see what the Blue Alliance can do with their double crossbow action. Shorter cycles means that they can shoot faster. But will they be able to keep up the accuracy to compete with the Red Alliance?
Yeah, the score's starting to get really close here. Blue is still going with that crossbow strategy. Red, you're seeing the same strategy they played in the last match. It is really going to be a matter of who's the most accurate, and they're reducing cycle time on that Red Alliance.
Yeah, looking at the long-range shots, following them across, seeing if they're making in, or lots of them are. Looks like some of them maybe not so much, but it is hard to aim when you're halfway across the field, and Blue has actually made up a little bit of the deficit here. They were, 5 to 10 points down now, compared to, 10 to 15 a couple seconds ago, and actually taking the lead briefly there. Definitely dialing in their accuracy from those long-range crossbow shots, and Red trying to just rapid fire as much as they can. Space Turtle doing the long-range bow shots instead. You get the increased shot rate, but you have to move a little bit. "30 seconds left. It's going to come down to the wire once again, as many of these close matchups have been. Absolutely crazy shots here. Red's pulling ahead a little bit here. 10 seconds to go. Will they be able to get the climbs off? That software dude pushing it really late. So is Waxed in 3, 2, 1. And do they pull it off?
Ooh,
Blue
wow.
and red both get all their climbs, but it is going to be red with 501, a new record for MRC today. Very, very high score.
Yeah, and accuracy is actually the thing that clinched it. I think blue had more power cells in there, but red just had a better accuracy of their shots.
Yeah, you can see the difference maker there. Waxton 50%. That software dude 46, and you compare that to Darman 78 and Space Turtle 74. Just all around, that alliance just outperforming in terms of accuracy. So with that, Turing goes up 2-0. One more, and they are our grand final champions. And with a score of 501, you wonder if they can do much better than that. It's hard to beat. Tesla's going to need the full reverse sweep to make it all the way to Game 5. They got to go 3 in a row. I think so far we've seen that the double crossbow is good, but maybe not quite as good as the triple bows.
Okay, let's cut over to the field. Waxton is congratulating the other alliance for scoring 500 plus. So
Yeah, definitely
again,
very impressive.
the red alliance could take the entire event with a win here, and the blue alliance stays alive. That software dude encouraging to make it 600.
Yeah. Jeez, the pressure's on. Yeah, I definitely think that Blue Alliance has a shot here. If they can, just get their accuracy a tad, a little bit more, in that airport, they could definitely make a big difference.
Let's 6VO this. Okay.
Blue Alliance encouraging Red Alliance to score for blue. Red says no thanks.
Perhaps they can try it on the practice.
Yeah. Try it on the practice field. I'd love to see that kind of stuff. See what they can score. Someone says in chat, I didn't realize how much I missed robotics competitions before this. Me too. These are absolutely great. If you're interested in these kinds of competitions, you can check out the XRC server, where we have a whole bunch of different events that are going on very regularly, and there's always something there to do. If you want to participate in one of these, check it out. But getting into finals, we do see Red Alliance with a lead once again, looking strong. You see, actually, that software dude not going for the crossbow strategy, so it's going to be a single crossbow for the Blue Alliance. They're trying to change it up. They lost 2 in a row. Going to go with something different kind of strategy. I think it's MRC. There you go. There's the links in chat.
Yeah, we're seeing that more kind of traditional style where you just have one crossbow player and the rest are equipped with bows. that blue alliance.
Yeah, definitely. And interestingly, it seems like they're performing a little bit worse this match, with only one crossbow player. Maybe they were very well practiced with the double crossbow, and that software dude is not maybe as comfortable with the bow, but still pretty decent, keeping it close. Space Turtle doing their best job to do those long-range shots as we come to the final 30 seconds. Red Alliance still has the edge, but anything can happen. As we saw, this Red Alliance Centurion, they were down before, and they had a climb block. We see a climb block attempt already from the Blue Alliance. Stegs interlocked with Dino Man. That software dude doing the same thing to Space Turtle, trying to stop him from getting in. 4 seconds to go. Can they get the insta-climb as they hop off? Is it enough? 411 to 437, not quite. And it is going to be the Red Alliance taking the victory. Turing 3-0 over Tesla. Showing what they're made of. Gotta say, dominant performance from them. Blue Alliance made a valiant effort at the end, trying to block the climbs, but in the end, it was not enough. You see our champions, Darman 4, Space Turtle, and Dinomax 0112. Our finalists from Tesla, Waxton, that software dude, and Stegs 85 coming up just short in the end, but great performance from both these alliances. Any thoughts on that match, Nick or Grace?
I just enjoyed seeing how close these matches were. I mean, there were definitely moments there where it could have been either alliance winning and Red just happened to pull ahead. But this gives me a lot of hope about the future of MRC as an event.
Yeah, definitely has been interesting to see the competitiveness from all the players that were playing today, and we really appreciate everybody who came out to play and everybody who came out to watch and check us out, and with first updates now and XRC and all the amazing things that some of the volunteers and you guys are doing and playing and collaborating as alliances. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, so I want to say to everyone that was watching, thank you so much for watching. For everyone that played and competed today, thank you so much for playing and for the great response that we got for this event, because part of what made this event so exciting, besides it being the first time that anything like this was done, was the fact that there were so many people that showed up and signed up and were interested. So it truly made it a really exciting event to watch and to take part in. So thank you to everyone, and congratulations again to the winners and the finalists and to everyone that competed today. Because apologies again for the hiccups that we had, especially towards the beginning, but hope that everyone enjoyed their time today.
Yeah, and if you guys are interested in more competitions, we have an event on January the 2nd that's a XRC simulator competition for rookies only, so it's a great time to get involved. We're going to have some of the veterans come and help teach some of the rookies the ropes with autonomous modes and all the stuff that goes in with being an alliance. So if you're interested in that, check it out. We'll have a whole bunch of information on the XRC Discord, which you can see linked in the chat. You can also see the trailer for second robotics competitions. I just put that in chat as well, so you can check out the amazing visuals and kind of different aspects of XRC that there is. Any final words here, Nick? Any thoughts?
I don't think that I have anything other than what you just said. Thank you, everyone. Be sure to follow First Updates now. Consider following all the channels and the links that we have in the chat that Brennan was just explaining, so that you can participate in further events. and have a great holiday. Merry Christmas if you celebrate Christmas. And Happy New Year. Thanks everyone for watching. Goodbye.
See you guys.
See ya.